All right, hello and good evening. Hello, Talia. How are you today? How is Talia doing? How's the fam doing? I actually was finishing watching something there. I just watched I kind of enjoy watching the basketball tournament this time of year, the March Madness, and actually finishing up a game. The wife and I were finishing up watching a game. I can't believe this team, a relatively small team, not such a small team,
Hello
but
there.
a small team out of New Jersey just beat one of the #1 seeds out. That hadn't happened in like 30 years or something like that. So it's kind of cool to watch. Kind of cool to watch the underdog. Hey, Psycho, how are you? How is Mr. Psycho doing today? Oh, so not a lot going on today. I did log on for about an hour. I finished off, I think, one crypt that didn't have hardly anything in it left, and then I went and did another crypt. I had enough time to do those things. I put up my stone cutter. I decorated around the house for a few minutes and did just a few things today off stream. I still have another crypt we need to go beat up. We'll probably have 2 more crypts that we're going to end up having to do. I think the game plan is probably finish off the crypt in the Bone Mass Swamp, find a good place, leave the portal in the Bone Mass Swamp, and then probably go for a boat trip and try to find another swamp area where we can get some more crypts, because I don't think we have enough iron to do what we need to do at this point. Even if my last crypt comes out really good, I don't think we're going to have enough iron. You don't really want to know. I always want to know, Psycho. I always want to know. I always want to know how Mr. Psycho's doing. I had planned on being just a little bit early, and then I ended up watching that game. It was too much fun. It was too much fun to watch the end of that game and see one of the #1 seeds in the round of 64 go down. It was pretty interesting. There's been some really good upsets so far this year. Arguing with Saint Governor, what? ST Gov? I don't know. State Governor. I guess you'll have that sometimes. You'll have that sometimes. I don't know. I don't know, but hopefully, hey, it's Friday at least. It's Friday. State government office. Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, hopefully the argument goes your way at some point. We're here. We're alive. We managed to get one more of the root guys in the swamp, so we're level 3 on the mass now. We still need a couple more root guys, obviously. We still need a few more of those guys. And like I said, I goofed around here for a little bit. I kind of wanted to turn my crops over. I finished off the one crypt, and then I went into a crypt that only had like 45 iron in it. And I'm like, well, every now and then you get one of those. So I expanded this little area out back here because I was scared that I was going to come back here and get myself on fire constantly. I thought to myself, man, I know that's going to happen. I'm going to run around in root armor. I'm going to come in here to cook something and end up catching myself on fire. So obviously we fixed this last night. We got this going last night. And we've got 2 of our pieces of root armor. We're already up to armor level 37, so let's see. I don't even know how many more root guys I need right now. I don't even know if I have any root stuff left. I think I have a couple somewhere. There's probably a couple left. Yeah, 8. So yeah, I'll be able to, if I can get one more for now, and then I think to upgrade all the way, it's 246. So yeah, for each piece, it ends up being 22 overall pieces. So I need 6, 6, Yeah, I need a handful, or a little better than a handful of root guys yet. Need a handful of those guys yet. Oh, and I finally put down my stone cutter. I'm like, yeah, I gotta get rid of this. I gotta get rid of this this mess, the mud spot, the mud platform out here. So we went around the house and dressed this up and got this to where it looks halfway decent now. Planted a little grass, threw down some rocks. I'm like, yeah, I got to make this look a little bit better because it kind of looks horrible out here. And I had a Great Orc Shaman. That's one thing I did. I had a Great Orc Shaman come over here and attack this corner. So I think we may move our spikes out a little bit further. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Move our spikes out just a little bit further. See if I can get him to where, if he comes and attacks the spikes, that he can't really get to them. Either that, or we'll just put a secondary row out or something there. Pain in the butt, shamans. He came in and got a few carrots. On me, not too much. Let's grab that. Let's grab those. Yeah, I don't know if moving them out a little bit further is the right call here, but let's do that first. And if it doesn't look too good, then we can kind of go the other route. I already hear one of you guys over there in the woods. How can I even see this over here? Yeah, you're coming. You guys are coming after me already, pinging me with rocks. Pinging me with rocks. All right, let's go a little further out with these. Would you let me finish this? I'm just gonna trap you in there. Stop it! Stop it! There you go. If I could just get you guys to leave me alone for a second. Let's add one here. Make a little alleyway out of this, so maybe they can't get in there to it. My Mr. Deer over there. as I poke myself there. You're kind of okay. Now, I hear somebody over there again. Are you another green-eye guy over there? I'm hoping not. These are set a little further out already, so I think we're kind of okay there. Let's move these out a little bit. And probably at some point I'm going to have to expand my garden a little bit here too. I think that's better. Yeah, let's just go ahead and move these out too. We've done everywhere else at this point. That's a maybe that keeps them far enough away. Just maybe that keeps them far enough away. And then I thought about doing a little bit of this. Just so they kind of have to go around a little bit. Why won't you let me place you right there? Yeah, that runs a little interference. They always seem to come from this side, so. They always seem to come from that side, so maybe we can prevent them from coming over here constantly. Yeah, I got a bunch of core wood left. Let's do a little something similar right here, maybe. You're thinking about going in the right place. Come on. Guys, I'm just out here building some stuff. I'm really just out here building some stuff. No, let's do that. Give you guys a little something else to run into at this point. Maybe keep a few of you guys out of here that keep invading. I could put one more right here, I think. Right on the edge, that way when they come over to get the chest, they can't quite get to it, maybe. Now the only question is how many times will I run into my own spikes trying to retrieve materials that these guys leave behind? Did I just have a deer run into my spikes? I did. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead. Look at that. Actually working out pretty good for free venison there. I kind of like doing this a little bit. Make it a little less approachable. That seems to be where the majority of things are coming from, right? I gotta check my fish spot here. No, you're not a fish. You have a green eye look to you. You've got a green eye look to you. Yep, no fishies. No fishies for me. That don't need. Don't need any more of that right now. Yeah, I think we're sitting pretty good. Day 76. We're a little behind where I normally am, but you know me. I just like having fun and playing the game, so I'm not too worried about how many days in game it is. I'm not after any award for seeing how fast I can actually get through the game. Let's see, you go here. Still have a fair amount of core wood left. So far, Valheim Plus, the beta or the alpha test is still going good. I was reading the website earlier. I have no idea when it may or may not go live at this point. I think the smart move at this point, to be honest with you, is to wait. I'm sure there's going to be a hotfix coming out at some point. I tried reading through the Valheim channel for a bit today to see if I could find anything about anybody else talking about the rain, the rain coming through the rafters in the building, right? So far, I haven't seen anybody else talking about that, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure at this point that I'm not sure where to address it at this point. I didn't look super hard. I didn't look super hard. A place to actually go to a website or a channel in Discord where you would report bugs or something like that, which is what I was kind of looking for. But I didn't see anything like that. I wanted to make sure that somebody had reported the whole rain thing going on through the eye corners at this point. But I didn't see any place necessarily to post it, so I just left it alone for now. But we have definitely got rain in our house on a regular basis. Matter of fact, here it comes again. I don't need too much wood on me. Rocks, we put rocks out the back door here, didn't we? We put rocks out here somewhere. Extra rocks for that. Oh, I do need 2 pieces of core wood. I don't think I'm set up in the chamber I'm getting ready to go do. But we're gonna be boring right off the bat and go in and mine some more ore. Because I've got a few things I still need to do. 282 there. So my forge is level 6. What am I missing on the forge for level 7? Forge tool rack, that. I think I have everything up. I'm trying to remember. So it's obsidian for the workbench, but I can't remember the last upgrade that I need. What's up, Mega Myers? I can't remember the last upgrade that I need for my forge here off the top of my head. I cannot remember. We got the bellows down. We got the anvil. We got the smith's anvil. We have the forge cooler. We got that. I'm missing one thing yet. I just can't think of what it is off the top of my head. Now I got the tool rack up. The tool rack's up. So I know I need obsidian for the workbench. I'm trying to remember That's not black metal. I thought Forge went to 7. Why am I thinking the Forge goes to 7? I feel like I'm missing a piece here. I don't know. For some reason, I was thinking that went to 7. Like I'm missing something, but I don't necessarily know what. It's not a huge concern right now, but for some reason, I thought that went to 7. But maybe I'm just missing a piece right now. Maybe I'm just not remembering something correctly. I do that from one run through the next. I know I can go and verify it, right? I know how I can go and verify it. Oh, I know what I'm missing now. I know what I'm missing now. Yeah, workbench. No, workbench goes to 5. Workbench goes to 5 with Obsidian. Forge goes to 7. But we're at 4, so I know we need Obsidian for that. This was only 6, and I couldn't think of what I was missing there. Now I know what I'm missing. Aha! Aha! I love those aha moments. Oh, come on, there we go. Now Forge is level 7. There we go. I knew I was missing something, I just couldn't think of what. There we go, level 7, we're there. We are there. It amazes, as much as I played this game, it amazes me sometimes the stuff I forget from one run to the next. And I just took all the wood out of my inventory to make that. That was, you go there. Oh, I know. I should know it I know other things by heart, right? I know other things by heart, but for whatever reason, I forget about that. I don't know why I forget. You know, I forget about certain, like I forget about how to upgrade the cauldron and different things. I want to come over here. I want to see what happens if you... Actually, I don't want to come. I don't want you guys to hit my garden. We're just going to play loop-de-loop here with you guys. You knocked out my tree, buddy. You're knocking down more trees. All right, you're just being annoying now. You're knocking down all my pretty trees. I left some trees here on purpose, you know. I left some trees here on purpose. Now I gotta chop these things up. I can't leave and go to the swamps like this. So Psycho is out finding some black marble now. Nice. Yeah, you said you did a run on Yag yesterday, right? On one of your run throughs. You guys are annoying me. I really just wanted to go to the swamps. It's not my fault. These guys, you should be chasing the big blue guys. The big blue guys are the folks that knocked everything down up here and are forcing me to spend time to chop everything up. Yeah, you got the ag last night on that current run? Gotcha. Well, we will definitely have enough troll hide now, I think, to upgrade our troll hide armor when we get to that point. I'm going to wear the root armor around for a little bit. But I think once we get to the point where we're actually in the mountains full time, I will probably switch back to some root armor. I'm sorry, just some troll armor at that point. At some point we will. Probably when we're going to go and do... I do want to make the Fenry armor on this run through. So there's a good chance that in making the Fenry armor, we're going to spend a lot of time in the caves up there. Was that everything you guys knocked down? Oh, I got one more stump here. All right, we can replace you guys with a couple of oak trees at some point as my forest gets thinner and thinner up here. As my forest gets thinner and thinner, we'll replace you guys with some oak. I think I got like 6 or 8 seeds. Yeah, it's already halfway through the day and I haven't been to my crypt yet. $86, we're good on those. We're good there. Let's put some of this wood away that I don't need to carry with me. Yeah, we'll carry 30 wood on us. Let's see, seeds. I got some of you right here. I've got 8 oak trees we can put out. There's our troll hide. Gonna save that up. Like I said, we'll upgrade. We'll end up upgrading once we get obsidian. We'll end up upgrading because I think when I go into the to the mountain caves, I don't think I want to wear the root armor in there. I'm hoping I can remember that I don't want to wear root armor in there because I don't want to get burned to death. I don't want to get cooked. I don't want that to end my run. You guys make sure you remind me when we get to that point. Hey, you said you were going to do this when you got to the mountain caves, and I will try to remember and see it in chat. Because I definitely don't want to wear the root armor in there. And it's not the bats, it's the cultists, right? The cultists will be in there. And they'll be shooting their flames at me, and it's the last thing I want to do is cook to death on that. And I'm still keeping some things separated. Some things I'm not really keeping separated at this point, like wood and that kind of stuff, because that's an easy to get resource. Some of the other resources I'm trying to keep unstacked right now. Root armor cave equals good. It does not, Psycho. No, well, as long as you can stay out of the fire, I guess you're okay. As long as you can stay out of the fire, you're okay. If you get cooked by a couple of those guys in there, oh yeah, root armor. Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you for playing. I am sure. Speaking of root armor, since it's halfway through the day anyway here, I've had two spawners. I've had one at this crypt site, or is it the other crypt site, and then I got this guy over here. I keep trying to remember to write down what in-game day it is when we kill a couple of these root guys. Let's just do a quick lap here and see if we see any root guys out and about. Yeah, I think between the crypt where my portal is sitting right now and this crypt, there's at least a random spawn at one of these. Well, it's not random. It's a location that one generally pops up, but I think we're going to have to find another swap anyway. I highly doubt I'm going to get enough iron out of this last crypt that I'm going to do everything we need to do. Let's go over, let's go visit. Did I go to this one? Yeah, let's go visit this one real quick. Make sure there's not a root guy somewhere close to this crypt. Yeah, for some reason I couldn't hit you there. Gather my entrails. Yeah, certainly not seeing one anywhere. Certainly not seeing one anywhere. I was hoping one would pop up out of the ground. Yeah, there's one around the bone mass site, and then one of these three crypts that are close to the bone mass site. I've gotten a spawn there several times, so I'm trying to revisit it when I can. Anybody else in here? You're gonna be... Looks like that's a swim through. So before we get wet, let's look the other direction here real quick. What was over here? Anything? Nope, nothing over here. So the guy bouncing around, he's in there. Well, let's just go on our swimming adventure first here and see what's over here. Oh, there's no bow guy over here, so that's a good thing. No bow guy here. And probably pretty good on yellow mushrooms now, but I'm still kind of collecting them at this point, just in case we need them. A couple of potions you make and different things, so I like to be an overachiever when it comes to collecting anyway. And the other thing we really need to do is we're going to have to sail around the night, and once I make the big boat. We're gonna see if we can find our trader tonight. We spend a while out on the water. See if we can locate the trader tonight. My bet is he's right around the corner somewhere. All right, who's home over here? Anybody? Somebody is there. I think that was the only one in there. I think that was the only guy in there. It looks like a spot, and it's not. Nobody left, nothing left there. I can't tell if this is a blank spot or not. Yep, this is a blank spot. We have a mushroom haven, that's what we got. That's you. You're there somewhere. What's down here? Anything? Nothing. So you're done. Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a pretty small crypt again. I have anything I want to dump in here right now? Not really. Nothing over there. We got plenty of bones at this point. There we go. Ooh, 3 chains. I needed that. That's the other thing we got to be in search of. I'm definitely going to need a bunch more chains. We'll just leave you going. Let's go get... Yeah, we're dried out. We're dried out. I hear somebody in there. I think you're in here. You tried to poison me there. Anybody else in there? Can we see anybody? That looks like everybody. That looks like everybody. I keep hearing the other guy in the other room, and I'm thinking there's get ready to be one crawl up behind me here. That's a dead end. You know what? I'll put you in there. Ooze. Yep, got to collect quite a bit more ooze too. So I see me spending a fair amount of time in the swamp shit. All right, last alleyway already. We're in our last alleyway already here. I hear you in there. I hear you in there. I think I got you in one hit there somehow. I didn't think my club skill was quite high enough for that yet. And that's the other thing. That's the other thing. That's the reason I want to collect some more iron. Is I do want to at some point. And that's one of the reasons we got to find the trader. I want to make the two different hammers, right? I want to make the regular iron sledge, and obviously the Frostner, and that takes quite a bit of iron. Blob trophy, we don't need you. Yeah, so I definitely got several more crypts we got to run through. It doesn't mean we won't divert and make a trip up into the mountains or something like that to see if we can discover some silver early, but I guess it'll really depend on what we find for swamps. You're here somewhere. I see you. And this may be our last one. Yeah, it certainly looks like this might be the last one. We definitely got to go hit some more crypts. A couple of my first crypt was awesome. My first crypt was pretty awesome. I got all kinds of iron out of my first crypt. I think somewhere like 140 pieces, but then and I had one that maybe gave me 75, but the last two, not so good. Not so good on the old iron. Yeah, I think that's everything we can get out of there. Yeah, we have not done well on iron these last couple of crypts. Blob trophy bones. Let's make sure I got everything. I'm pretty sure I've got everything. Yeah, I know I got everything on that side. Nothing over here. And this is where we just came from. So yeah, we got everything. 61 pieces of iron. The chain was good. Actually, let's reset our bonus. Let's reset our bonus. And why does my guy get the wiggles when he sits down here? I'll do one more quick lap around and see if we can come up with another root guy here. And it is nighttime. Maybe we can get another wraith. I see the big oozer over there. You know, I have the hardest time spotting the little stump look until I just run up on them, so. Yeah, we don't see any, it's almost morning time anyway. I'm waiting to see if that oozer disappears here in a couple of seconds. No, you didn't disappear. It must be because you got close enough. You know, I need ooze bombs, so I'm gonna make you come over here to me. That's fine. You can jump up there for the moment. You went the wrong way, buddy. I went this way. We'll end up leaving this portal here, I guess. Not in this bad spot to do bone mass anyway. And I need to bring my hoe with me at some point before we do bone mass. I'll probably bring the hoe down here and level out the area around it a little bit. I'm not seeing anybody but you. Yeah, you can never find these guys when you want them, and then you make a trip down to the swamp after you don't need root. After you don't need the root, and they're everywhere. I haven't even looked to see where I'm at on club skill either. We need to go somewhere. We'll end up going somewhere to level our club skill a bit. I don't know where that's going to be yet, whether we're just going to get it naturally or go visit another Draugr spawner, a different swamp, whatever we got to do. There we go. I just started to say, that looks like one. That looks like one. I wonder if you'll chase me over here to this crypt. No, you're not. You're not going to chase me. I'm going to end up having to chase you. I was hoping I could get you over here at the edge of this crypt where I could just use my hammer for a little bit and work on my level. You are definitely not hanging out with me here. I wonder if you'll come all the way over here this time. Sometimes, every now and then you can get them to stay here. It's like they get mad. They get mad and they just stay here, but it's pretty infrequent. Now, I wish I had a bonfire over there right now. I think he did step in my fire there. It seemed like he was on fire for a long time there. Come up here. Come around to the front side so I can hit you with my hammer. Heck on it. Yeah, I gotta stop to kill you. Are you coming back my way now, buddy? Can I shoot you in the foot right here? Nope, you're gonna turn around and go the other direction again. Man, these guys are annoying sometimes. I almost wish they were just a little bit more aggressive and stay aggroed on you for a longer period of time sometimes. Because he's got to be getting pretty close to dead. Well, we got a good burn on you that time. Yeah, at least we got one more. We got one more out of that. Hello, Mr. Two-Star. What is today? Day 77? I'm gonna come back down here. I'm gonna come back down here in a couple of in-game days. Like, so we're gonna end up leaving the portal here, right? Hey, what's up, faces? How are you? And aloha to you. Let's see, we did that guy. I guess let's go over here. Let's mark where we left our portal. Improved. Improves kind of a broad statement. I wish every creature in the game at this point. I wish every creature in the game would be scaled appropriately and have 1 and 2 star ratings. And what I mean by that is there's a lot of unstarred creatures in the game, right? So I think you would have to scale it differently, like your drakes in the mountains, right? The drakes are only drakes. So, you know, I guess my opinion of it probably boils down to is I like frost. I like frost arrows. So drakes is probably my natural number one choice. I wish they would drop more frost glands. So improving creatures wise, you know, I wish I guess it would be a list. I don't know if I could come up with just one, but like abominations, you know, there's a whole list of unstarred creatures. So I wish abominations were just a touch more aggressive as far as staying hooked on you instead of running away. I wish that drakes drop more than one frost gland. And my immediate answer to that is if you had like a starred abomination and starred drakes and starred serpents and that kind of thing, that would drop you more material, and and the bark would have to go with the bite there. So I think you would have to scale back the no stars, and then your 1 stars would be a little tougher in every department, and then your 2 stars would be even tougher yet, right? So off the top of my head, I don't have a good answer. It's truly a list. Does it have to be that way? No, but I think that really boils down to personal preference. If we're just talking about, geez, what would I improve otherwise? I can't come up with a good answer right now. If I would improve one creature in the game, I can't come up with a good answer. All of my answers boil down to, wanting resources or wanting different resources, or So if you had 1 and 2 star abominations, right? If you had 1 and 2 star abominations, and obviously the no star would be a little bit easier to kill. And they wouldn't have to be super consistent, right? It could be like wolves, right? You don't see that many 1 and 2 star wolves usually. They're kind of hard to find, but if and when you do find one, he gives you extra meat, he gives you extra pelts, he gives you an extra fang, he gives you all this extra stuff. And all the creatures in the game are designed that way. So, I kind of wish everything was on that same basic rating or whatever. That way, maybe your root guy, if you run across a 2 star root guy, maybe he drops you 10 of the root balls instead of 5. I said this yesterday. I thought it would be interesting. A lot of people don't like this idea, but I thought it would be interesting. And this is not really a creature improvement, but I thought it would be interesting if you would put leeches inside the swamp crypts. You got draugrs in there, you got oozers in there, or yeah, you got the blobs in there, you got all those other guys in there, right? I always thought it would be interesting to have leeches in there as well. In other words, especially in some of the areas where you got to swim through or whatever, if there was a leech in there, it would still be like shooting fish in a barrel, obviously. So that's not really improvement to the leech. And I can't think of a good way that you would improve the leech, because he's bound by the water, right? He's bound. The leech is bound by the water, so. It could be something like, if we were to talk about leeches, could a leech if he actually bites you, instead of just poisoning you, would he stay latched on like a tick does temporarily and keep poisoning you? I don't think the poison should stack, but could he keep poisoning you until you use something to get him off, like ticks? Yeah, spitting leeches would be interesting. I think that would be interesting. Stone golems that throw rocks. There's one for you. Have a rock throwing stone golem. Not only does he chase you around and have a really wide radius on his swing, but he can also take you out with throwing a rock like a or maybe he would spit some kind of frost damage your direction or something like that. Change one of his attacks. Because everything in the game is kind of predictable, right? Once you get used to playing the game for a bit, everything in the game kind of becomes a little bit predictable, right? You know, I like the leeches for leveling my bow skill. I like the leeches. Sometimes I level my hammer skill on those guys. I go to a swamp area and I just use my hammer to take out leeches, which often invites other enemies into the fray when you're out there using your hammer, even not at night because it's making all that noise or whatever. You know, we could probably sit around and talk for hours about different things and different enemy types and different things that you could potentially do with the game. And I think it's all plausible or all interesting at the end of the day. But it's one of those things. You know, if you change one thing, does it change? Does it throw something else so far out of balance it just becomes, you know, overburdening or whatever? So I kind of like the way the balance of the game is. Like I said, I do have a desire that a couple of enemy types would have different starred ratings, or at least, like, you know, maybe your drakes drop 2 frost glands. You know, so like the soldier trophy in the Mistlands, right? The soldier trophy in the Mistlands is a 5% drop rate, which I think is horrible if you want to go back and repeat the queen and try multiple tactics against the queen. Other than finding queen locations, soldier trophies are super hard to come up with. All right, faces, you have a good one. Have a safe ride. Have a safe ride. Oh, let's see here. I kind of need to put together. So that's our bone mass swamp. We could go back up here. We could build a boat. So I need to take a portal with me, and I need to take the stuff to build a big boat. Because we're just going to end up labeling that place down there. Let the drivers know? Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Oh, let's do a colored sign. Bone mass. It's probably not the best place for my portal at this point, but that's kind of where we got it setting. That's kind of where we got it set right now. So I need to take one of you guys, and then we need the stuff for a big boat. So we need 100 nails, 10 hide, 40 wood, and 40 of that. $40 of you. $10 of you. We got our 100 nails saved up already. And Ancient Park. I think that's everything. I think that's everything. Yep, we got everything on us. And how are we looking out here on Mr. Garden? I don't think you're ready to be turned over yet. Maybe. I didn't think you were ready yet. I didn't think you were ready yet, but it looks like you might be. But I definitely want to get the turnips out here. Yeah, we definitely need to get the turnips out here. I've only got a small stack of turnips so far. Now, if you were to ask me in general, what would I improve with the game? And I know Faces is gone now, so I'm just kind of rambling to myself at this point. But if I were to improve anything, this would probably be, I could probably have a top 5, and this would be in the top 5, allowing you to plant, you know, multiples at a time, allowing you to craft multiple or multiple portions of mills that like, you know, if you've got enough to do, you know, 10 lox pies, you'll have a slider, have a button to do X amount at a time, you know, different things like that. Do I think they need to expand the chest inventory a little bit? Yeah, a little bit. Let's see, 250 of you guys, so I don't really need carrots. I don't really need don't need carrot seeds at this point, so we'll just do this. You can go in there. We got everything else we need. Also, 116 carrots, so we're sitting good in that department now. You know, I'll also kind of look at the, you know, the things that I like to do in the game, and some of the mod things I think would be cool. Other things, you can probably live without. Yeah, let's make some more stuff up. We're gonna end up going on a boat trip here. It may be a short boat trip, but we're gonna go on a boat trip. So let's have some provisions on us, because we may be out there for a little bit running around. And I'm definitely gonna have to go spend a little time looking for some more blueberries in the Black Forest. We will definitely run short on you guys. Got that. What can I do with the root armor that I have now? Can I make... What are we missing? We're missing the leggings, right? So I could only get you to level 2 right now, which I guess that doesn't hurt me. What are we at right here? Level 10. That would go ahead and improve my archery, because I can't upgrade you once. All right, now that I use some of the things out of my inventory, I need to make sure I have the deer hide that I needed. That worked out perfectly, and 5 more of you guys. And I think that keeps our armor rating the same. Yeah, that keeps our armor rating exactly the same. I probably need to put a light over here so I can see what the heck I'm doing. There we go, that's a little better. Make sure I didn't screw this up here. 40, 40, 10, and 100. All right, we are good. And I have found more fish in front of my house out here. You're just going to be annoying. It's like every couple of days I just come out here and do a quick lap and I end up finding one of these guys flopping around on the bank up here or hidden underneath the bush. Oh, what does that do to our bow skill now? Well, so instead of doing 57, we're basically doing level 72 bow skill now. And we need one more root guy and we'll be to level 3, but after that we will still need... Well, I think I need 5 more root guys in total. There's my fish. I came out here earlier and there were true troll fish sitting on this rock. I'm like, how did you get up here? How in the world did you get up here? And what's our club skill sitting at right now? Ooh, I got a little ways to go on clubs. We're definitely gonna have to go concentrate on clubs somewhere. Yeah, and I missed. With my suburb bow skill, I've missed. I don't really need the deer at this point. Fishy, I don't know why I'm concerned with fish, but it's like one of those habitual things. I gotta go out and collect fish every now and then. Just gotta go out and collect a couple. Almost daybreak, almost daybreak. We go hit daybreak. We'll head back to the swamp where we were. I've got my extra portal on me. We're gonna go back up the shoreline and build a boat close to where the carve is. We'll just leave the carve parked for now, and then we're gonna go on a little boating trip. I don't know quite where we're gonna go yet. I don't know if we should sail down to the other end of the island here, but I'm thinking at least wrap around this wrap around the end of the swamp where we're at now and see if we find another swamp section on the same island. I said I still need to run a little black forest and different things just for resource gathering. Not so much in some departments, but I know blueberries. Blueberries are still an ingredient for a couple of recipes that I use later in the game. So we still want some blueberries and some different things out of the black forest that I've yet to get. And we're almost there. We're almost there on turnip seed. So I actually thought about creating a boar farm just to kind of keep up with that. But when I get to this point in the game, I'm hardly ever at home. So do I want to spend the time, hang out, just to tame boars at this point? Maybe, maybe not. So you're just gonna stay here. And where's my little fire pit? Over there. What are our chances that there'll be another root guy here? Let's make one quick lap. Let's make one quick lap. I said I've had two that one next to one of these three crypts that are close by. Pandas. You can use them to make sticks. I have no idea what you're talking about, Red. What are you talking about? What's up, Red? How are you today? Yeah, I feel like I'm wasting my time here. We just killed one guy out here. So I feel like my odds of another one popping up close by are not too good at this point. Ooh, you guys are one shot now. Well, at least the one was one shot. You weren't one shot, but the other guy was. I bet Red's in the wrong chat right now. I bet she had my screen up and she's watching somebody else do something else. I'll give her a shout out anyway. She's been doing, she did Minecraft a couple days. A lot of Valheim streaming her into crazy. I try to catch them every now and then when I jump off. When I jump off my stream or when they're on and I'm not and I get a chance to go by there a little bit. A lot of fun to watch. Yeah, let's just get out of here. We got our bone mass portal here. We know we will be coming back here at some point, but we got to go someplace and find another swamp. And then we need to go somewhere and probably work on our club skill a good bit. I might as well look for blueberries as I make my way back up here to where we got the other boat. Hi, guy. You kind of work for club skill. Not really so much. Not really so much. And I think this is the crypt I didn't do, but that's okay. I don't have a big need to run in there right now and get this. We can always, we've got it marked on the map. There's actually 2 burial chambers here, I think, that I haven't done. So we've got it marked on the map. So if we want to come back and do them at some point, we can. If we decide we need some more bones, a couple of more circling cores, that kind of thing, they're marked on the map. Absolutely. We can always circle back. I'm pretty much going to leave the bone mass portal here. I'm thinking it's been a couple of days since we ran through here. I remember there was quite a few blueberry bushes around here. I don't really remember where, but I do remember seeing a bunch. Next best thing, red mushrooms. Pound for pound, the healthiest food, huh? Good old blueberries, lots of antioxidants, nice. I don't know why you bothered hitting me there, but okay. Oh, I forgot about all this out here. I guess I should collect this. We can throw this in the boat. We can throw this in the boat. This was from doing the elder fight. I just kept my distance the entire time. And he blew up part of a copper node for us. And then he knocked down all these coral wood poles for us. I kind of figured out, I think I knew it from the past, but I'd kind of forgotten about it. If you keep your distance during that fight, he will only trigger the one attack and knock down lots of trees. So if you're looking to collect a bunch of core wood and that kind of thing, you can just let him have at it. Hi, buddy. I am much more powerful with the bow now. You guys are less of an issue for me. We got all 3 pieces of our root armor on at this point, so I'm essentially bow skill level 72 with the root armor on. So, and this guy knocked down more trees than what I thought. You stand no chance. You stand. Well, you had to go all the way back there to decide you wanted to come back up here. I get it. And there was a lot of trees here. I completely forgot about this. I was more interested in going down and hitting that first swamp area after we did the elder, because I had been down there and I knew there was a couple of crypts there. I forgot all this wood was laying around up here. I don't even think I can collect it all at this point. Where am I at? Yeah. Good thing I'm going to be building the bigger boat here, because the bigger boat's got a nicer storage to it. I think we got everything cleared out now. Let's see, we got a workbench. We got our big boat. Just leave that little boat sitting there. I think I'm going to take that back at some point. We'll just use our portal and come out here. Same thing, maybe do a blueberry collection done, do a route run, and we'll end up taking that boat back with us at some point. All right, is my jumping skill good enough? Barely good enough. Keep two of you on me. Well, and we're okay on woodies. We're okay on wooden arrows. Well, that's something I didn't check. Do I have expanded inventory in here? Looks like it, because it's normally would be what, 3 rows? Yeah, looks like my inventory is expanded there. So I think we just go out this way first. I think we just go out this way and uncover some new territory. Like I said, the goal is really to find another swamp, but you know, we still need some provisions from the Black Forest that we need to get. Oh, it's nice to have the big boat now. It's nice to have the big boat now. Yeah, we need to go on a boating trip. I probably just need to spend time and see if we can find the trader. And then mark things on the map, and then if we can find the trader, that probably I don't know which one's the higher priority right now. It's all Black Forest over there. You almost jumped in the boat with me. Yeah, this has to be one of the smallest swamps that I've ever, for any seed that I've ever done, it has to be one of the smallest swamps that we've ever located bone mass in. I'm actually kind of surprised there's not a trader right here. And you were a big trollfish. Well, we got good wind right now, so I kind of want to book it for the moment. Yeah, that looks like another good swamp. Was that little bitty island of plains? It is. I guess we're discovering plains pretty quick. How awesome would it be to find a YAG site right here? Let's see how big this little stretch of plains is. Or, sorry, swamp. Yeah, not too big. Looks like a pretty small spot. Definitely don't see any crypts in there. Yeah, I can't believe we found plains already. Actually, it looks like a pretty good sized section of plains. Now, if I see a Yaglu site, we might risk going over there and marking that. There's a village right there. Hey, Strat. How's Mr. Strat today? I don't suck either. I don't suck either. We're doing okay. Doing okay. I was up a little bit early today. Had to do a couple of things, and then I couldn't really take a. I couldn't really sleep good this morning, so I got up and goofed off for a little bit. Looks like a pretty good section of swamp here. This might be one really worth running, but Kind of out investigating some new land masses, seeing what we can find, and kind of hoping to maybe run across a trader. And a couple serpents wouldn't be bad either. More planes already. I can't believe I've actually held wind for this long. And if there is a serpent out here right now, I'm kind of outrunning him. I'm kind of at cruising speed right now. Level 5 cauldron, nice. I'm uncovering a whole lot of nothing right now. Yep, there's the shoreline again. I thought maybe there was a little cut through there, but I think that's just a bay. And that is a one big freaking island right there. Make sure I haven't sailed by the trader and just didn't realize it. I have done that. I have done that. It kind of looks like a good place back there for a plains farm, that's for sure. Either that or that little island back there. I think that little island was probably too small. Are you guys gonna get in the boat with me here? Yeah, I know. Not rested. It looks like another big section of swamps over there. Nice big mountain right there. I think, is that the one I have marked? No, it's not. Man, we're going on a longbow trip here. Yeah, that's a nice size swamp. That's definitely a nice size. Ooh, there's a nice village. Not ready, not quite ready to go take on you guys yet. And how much more further south are we going here before this this cuts back to the north at some point? Trying to stay far enough out too, that way if we do get a serpent, or at least increase our odds of a serpent. Now it looks like we might finally get the cut back north. Yep, no serpents on this trip. Almost daytime. One's got to pop up like right now. All right, get in the boat with me. I dare you. Yeah, of course, we got a rainstorm now. That will help. That will definitely help. Maybe we can get one in the rainstorm here. And I haven't seen the first Leviathan yet, now that I'm thinking about it. Meadows. Speaking of Leviathans, See if we can get one of you big guys. All right, there's warning number 1. There's warning number 2. I guess that means it's time to jump off. I'm going in the water no matter what there. He's like, nope, I have had enough of you. And we got 14 out of him. The rain is actually quitting now. Now I kind of see where I'm going. Yeah, you kind of look just like a bay, don't you? At least I don't think that's a pass-through. Is that a pass-through or no? Let's go find out. Does kind of all look like meadows here, though, doesn't it? Might be a Draugr village. It looks like a Draugr village, doesn't it? Pretty sure that is. Yeah, kind of looks like you dead end some point back here. Is that another Draugr village right here? I see the tower at least. Yep, that's another Draugr village. So there's 2 Draugr villages here. And there was one right back up the coastline. So we got 2 of them here. We can come back and visit these guys at some point. See if we can mark the other one our way back out. 2 Draugr villages side by side down here. Almost worth just doing them now, but I kind of want to see if we can find the trader. If we can find the trader, we can throw down a portal there, and then we can look at some of the territory recovered and decide where we're going back to. Pretty decent mountain there, looks like the high point right there. You know, the Draugr village there. Nice that they're close together. I'm kind of surprised this is all meadows right here. We seem to be pretty far out to find these giant section of meadows. I can't remember. How did I cut through up here? Oh, that channel. That's how I cut through. That is how I got there. Yeah, I got a little wind shift again. Don't be friendly to me, wind. Don't be friendly to me. Are we gonna scratch the paint? Are we gonna scratch the paint on the new boat? Nope. All right, you just shifted, so we should have some wind here for a couple of minutes. Should have a little wind for a couple of minutes here. Just kind of hoping to see that bag pop up. Here, we'll go a little bit further out. Come on, trader icon. I know you like hanging out here somewhere. Now it looks like we're going to be back in the meadows right here. Oh, wouldn't it stink to find a maypole over here now? After having one on my last seed, after having that one, actually I still have a maypole, right? I still have a maypole. It was the other character. It's the other character that I haven't gone back to yet. He's got a maypole at his house. I completely forgot about that. I know there's an island right here to my north. We got three good mountains around us, really. There's one there, yeah, I think that's the one. You can barely see it on the left side of my screen. Kind of going where the wind takes me at the moment. More swamp. Yeah, you kind of look like a little mountain, don't you? If we see any crypts in here. That might be a crypt over there. It's barely rendering. Yeah, I think this is probably big, and it looks deep enough. Looks deep enough. That's probably got some crypts in it somewhere. Now we're going to be back to paddle boat again. Oh, no, I'm getting a wind shift right now. Nice. Yeah, we know what's that direction. Is there black forest this way? I don't see any. Gotta go in here and look, though. This is definitely far enough out for the trader, but yeah, that's a giant section of swamps. It's the same swamp all the way through right there. But the big mountain right smack dab in the middle of it. Yeah, and this is where we started. Excuse me. I guess we just go for this, let's do a circle around this one over here. Mark the mountain on my map so I don't forget. I think I already got that one marked. No, I don't have that one marked. The one right behind me there? Yeah. I've marked a couple of them already, just haven't marked every single one. I'm kind of just out cruising around looking for the trader. And thank you for the follow there. Appreciate it very much. Yeah, I do that. I do that a little bit early game. I am running a modded version of Valheim, so I open it up a little bit extra map. And thank you for the follow. Let's see, what is that? Necronomics, is that it? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it very much. And welcome in both of you folks. Just kind of out looking for the trader right now and investigating territory. We just made the big boat. Just made the big boat. We still have a couple of crypts that we need to hit up for a little more iron, but yeah, I'm kind of out doing a trader search at this point, hoping we can run across that guy. And just uncovering a little bit of map while we're at it, hoping that we see some good spots. Like I said, I know I'm going to have to go and do some more crypts. I think this first area right here, this area of swamps that we just drove by, I think it's got a really good chance of being the next place that we go, unless we find something better on our way around this island. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I don't mark. Like I don't run around and mark berries and that kind of stuff early game, but I'll mark like burial chambers early game. I'll mark some of that other stuff for reference. And then usually my first real boating trip, which we had to carve, we made our first boating trip in that, and I definitely marked some stuff in the carve. Man, are you going to give me wind again? Man, this has actually been a nice boating trip. I've been able to maintain a pretty good speed almost the entire time. I almost want to go just pull into the house and go get my rested buff back. I have to go into the wind at this point to do it, so. Took us 300 days and half the map to find our first sea serpent. Yeah, I kind of feel like well, I feel like they toned them down just a little bit as far as their spawns. I feel like they used to be much more frequent than what I see now. So I played Valheim since release up until I played it for about 8 months solid. I played it up to it was called Hearth and Home, the first major update of Hearth and Home. Then we took time off and played New World for about I would say 15-16 months, somewhere in that range. And then when Mistlands released here recently, we got back into it. Yeah, I mean, they used to be, I mean, we used to go on serpent hunting trips. We used to just go on serpent hunting trips. And like, you know, I think, I always thought, you know, they're really prevalent in certain biomes like Black Forest. And I usually mark my spawn locations, that kind of stuff, because you can get some that will consistently come back every few days, right? So I would mark my spawn locations and we would just take boating trips and go kill serpents. I think it's less of a priority now. It's great to get a couple, you know, in the middle part of the game, which is we're not far from being at the middle part of the game. So I like to have a couple of serpent, because it still just takes the you know, the lower level cauldron at this point to do serpent stews and cook serpent meat and that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's you know, I think the best we ever did, there was a night cycle once where me and a buddy of mine, we were out playing, and we decided to go serpent hunting, and they were, you know, the deep north and just everywhere. But you hardly ever see them in the Mistlands at this point. I did notice that, but like I said, for me, they seem to be less frequent. Every now and then I get 2 spawners in a night, but not as frequently as it used to be, that's for sure. I don't know. I really don't know why they turned them down. They're not super hard to kill, right? If they did tune them down, I don't know that they did. You know, it could just be, you know, RNG at the end of the day, right? You know, right place, right time. But I'm on day 79 here. I'm a little behind my normal pace, but we spent some time and did some building and goofed around and did a couple of other things. So, like I said, my goal right now is really to find the trader. Now, the only serpent I've gotten so far has been right up here close to my home. And this is almost all meadows here. It's kind of a weird transition. Obviously, we started here. We built the house there on the edge of this nice section of Black Forest. Our elders there. Our bone mass is there. Yeah, and that's still general rule of thumb, right? If you're on the ocean at night, I call the ones that spawn during the day. I call them day walkers. They're super rare. They've always been. They seem to be the same consistency on that. But yeah, definitely if you get a storm at night, you know, I think your odds go way up. Yeah, I guess I just keep going around this island at this point and hoping that the trader symbol pops up for me. Stay far enough out. We'll stay far enough out in the ocean biome. I know the other thing. I know the other thing with the render distances this game. If you're doing full sail at night, you will outrun them before you see them. There are plenty of times that you just outrun them before you actually see them. Like if I was full sail right now and one popped up, you know, off the back of the boat, by the time I got the boat stopped and turned around and got back towards the serpent, he would be gone. I could definitely use another one about now. I'd like to be closer to the island, but I want to stay out here in the deeper part too for the serpent. So I think render wise, I think you got to be, what is it, 250 meters of the trader. I guess I can cut back in a little bit here. Yeah, we're still in the ocean right here. Yeah, and make sure you're in the ocean biome. If you're not in the ocean biome, you're not going to get spawns. You know, if you pull up anywhere on these little shallow shelves close to that, if you're sailing through there, you're definitely not going to get serpents up there in the shallow area. I don't think I'm actually close enough now to actually unlock my trader if he's over there. Let's cut in a little bit deeper here. Oh, I slowed down. I lost my music. Oh, and now I'm gonna get a wind shift. Let me guess, you're gonna stop right there. I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't seen one on this trip. I've seen just about everything else. 2 Draugr villages. Yeah, that definitely looks like a pretty nice mountain right there. Yeah, it looks like a pretty nice mountain. We're not ready to go up there yet. That looks like a pretty decent one. Matter of fact, we're going to move our icon. Yeah, serpents definitely don't like me right now. Now they do. How many times have I missed you? All right, give me a chance to stop the boat. Six more serpent meat, I'll take it. So let's mark this guy. What in the what? I guess you guys just like me right now. You guys definitely like me right now. I'm like, I heard the swirl behind me. I'm like, it can't be another fish. That's got to be my imagination. That can't be another serpent back to back. That was pretty nice. 2 serpents right at daybreak. You guys want to jump up again? Won't break my heart. Won't break my heart. Well, there you go. You spent 300 days looking for a serpent, and I just got 2. I'm on day 80. Don't ask me how I got 2 right there. They just popped up back to back. That's pretty rare for me. I've stopped and I've killed one before, and then immediately as soon as I got the boat going again, have another one off the bow, and obviously a different spawn location, but that seemed like the same exact location right there. Matter of fact, we're going to put a double mark right there just because of that. That was pretty doggone lucky there. Let's just go dump everything in the boat. Let's go dump everything in the boat at this point. We're pretty close to home anyway. Then I'll probably cut through our little passageway through here again, and then go from there. Now look how far away you can see the freaking signs. All the signs show up in the house before I even get close. Even though I don't actually have a dock here. Can I take all? I can. What are we going to leave in here? Let's leave a little bit of wood in here. Let's leave a few stones in here. Leave you in there. Yeah, that's good. Do I get my daily free fish here? Yeah, let's unlock our serpent stew recipe. Thistle. Red mushies. Yeah, I definitely need to do another blueberry run. Keep you. We need to make some wooden arrows. And let's not forget about our serpent meat that I hear sizzling back here. Let's not waste any of you right now. And that should have unlocked our recipe. Yep, there it is. Serpent stew. So we got you unlocked now. We're not going to eat you right now, but we got you unlocked. I need to check the garden too. We've been gone for a couple of days. There's a good chance we can turn the garden over. Good enough on you. Yeah, we'll just do that for now. Trying to be careful since the Valheim Plus is basically in alpha access that I don't overstack anything that's hard to replace. So stuff that's easily replaceable, I'm not too concerned with. Which is one of the reasons I kind of want to find the trader at this point, so I can get rid of all this mess. Yeah, we just throw you in here for now. All right, let's go check the garden. 240, 253 on iron. That is still, I still need more iron than that. No, you're still healthy. So you're close, not everything. Yeah, healthy, yeah. One more day, looks like. One more day. And we got rested buff back. All right, where the heck do I want to go from here? We got plenty of food on us. Do I go south and see if I can cut up around? This kind of looks like a channel that leads through here. Kind of looks like a channel, but not 100% sure that that's going to be a channel. Hello. Oh, you got away just in time, buddy. You got away just in time. Do I go right through here and cut through and go out that direction? Kind of feel like we go whichever way the wind takes us, which is neither direction right now. I can't go straight through the island, right? I can't go straight through the island. Let's just go south for now. Oh, I meant to dump some of that wood off. Okay, we can do this. Not really uncovering anything new there. Oh, should I stop and get another one of you now? Yeah, I kind of want to make the harpoon. Hello. You give me a chance to get another one? Let's go for the big one. Let's go for the big one. I got another 13 out of that. And poof, you're gone. Yeah, I can't tell where that canal is going to come out at. Guess we're going to go find out, though. Man, did anybody follow the basketball games today? The wife and I like to watch the March Madness stuff. She's got a couple of teams she really pulls for. And we were watching one game right before stream time tonight. The school out of New Jersey that beat one of the #1 seeds that hadn't happened in like 30 years or something like that. Pretty cool game to watch. They definitely had a really good game plan. So Purdue lost today. I think that was the only big upset on the day. I think there was a couple other ones that were, I don't really consider a 6 versus a 12 or something like that a big upset, but pretty nifty to watch. The wife and I were watching this afternoon. I don't know if there's anybody else out there been following it, but then was on the first day Virginia got beat, and then there was somebody else good that got beat on the first day that was expected to go pretty far in the tournament. So I like to keep up with it this time of year. I always enjoyed playing basketball when I was young. Oh man, do I start waiting? You guys keep getting in my way here, so I need enough to make a harpoon anyway, so might as well go get some more. I think it takes what, 30 for the harpoon? I think it's 30. You guys are everywhere right here. It definitely seems like if they turn down serpents, it definitely seems like they turn these critters up. I find these much more frequently these days. Yeah, that's all you're gonna let me have. That's all you're gonna let me have. All right, I'm out. I'm out. That's 13 more. But I definitely got enough to make the harpoon now. One of you guys, if you guys want to jump in the boat with me, that's fine. Man, it'd be nice to make the harpoon and catch fish with the harpoon. Wouldn't that be fun? I could deal with that. I could definitely deal with harpoon fishing. Yeah, we're out in the ocean biome. Not for much longer, though. I say I kind of got to turn this way anyway. We might get another serpent right here. It's not nighttime yet, but yeah, looks like we're getting ready to go across the shallow patch. Actually, we're just going to cut further this way at this point. Yeah, it doesn't really look like I'm going to be able to get out of this. I have to go way farther this way. Still in Black Forest. Come on, ocean biome. There you are. Hey Tycho, how are you? Nice to see you again today. How are you doing? Don't you bite me. Oh, it's addictive, right? It is addictive. I will give you that. I mean, since coming back with the Mistlands update, I've not really wanted to play other games. I've not really wanted to play other games. Oh, I thought I might get the trophy there. I got close. I got close. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy it. I think the replayability of Valheim, at least for me, and my style, you know, and what I like to do in the game and everything like that, you know, I enjoy the replayability of Valheim. You know, everybody doesn't, but I do. And just a couple of minutes ago, we had a double serpent spawn. I killed one serpent. I jumped out of the boat to get the meat, and as soon as I sat down back at the helm, I had another one spawn right there in the same spot. It was kind of interesting. Oh, nice. Well, hopefully enjoy your time over there. I'm kind of waiting. I'm hoping. I don't know how long it's going to take. So I'm doing Valheim Plus Alpha right now. My plan is to do another community server run, and my server is East Coast US. I was going to give it about a week or 10 days and see what comes up with Valheim Plus as far as the patch and everything like that. So I'm doing the alpha right now. So once they settle in, like you know, if we go for like a week or 10 days and there's nothing out there on the horizon as far as making the patch official or anything like that, we might just open it up and do a vanilla run. I was hoping to do another Valheim Plus run though. You killed the berserker, huh? I didn't get any scales off that guy. I've not been trying for scales. The scales are only used for one thing in the game, right? There's only one thing that you use serpent scales for, which is a tower shield. So, unless you're a big fan of the tower shield, that's the only thing the scales were used for at this point. So. You know, I used to love getting the tower shield. They're the initial gameplay, the tower shield that you would get off the serpent, because you could get that as soon as you had to have iron and serpent scales, right? think it was iron and serpent scales, maybe a little fine wood. I don't remember the exact recipe, right? And so you could get that serpent shield by the time you were in the swamp biome, really. And it was as powerful, or it was actually, I think, more powerful than the as far as the block armor and everything like that. It was actually more powerful than like the black metal shield. It is still the alpha fix. I read that earlier today, and I went and looked, and it is technically the alpha. The link that it gives you, it is an alpha fix. So I've been leery of that until I see it released on Vortex, who are the originators of the mod. And plus, that's not where my server gets it from. Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with it. Like I said, I want to do another community run. I want to do a Valheim Plus run. But right now, I don't have the ability to turn the auto updates off on my server. So no matter what I do there, I'm kind of in a catch-22. I can go and manually update it. I can go and manually update it and make it work. And then it ends up doing an update and screwing it up again. So I'm trying to kind of avoid that right now. So I'm hoping once they actually put a thumbnail to it and say this is official and it comes up on the Vortex site, then it should be the official version, and I'm pretty sure that's if last I checked, that's where it gets it from, right? That's where it gets it from, because it takes an updated Beepinix, and it takes an updated whatever else, the two files, right? It took two files, the DLL file and the updated Beepinix. I think once that comes through, and I think we'll be good, then we'll definitely start up another community server run on Valheim Plus. If it's something that because there's a couple of things they broke during the recent update, right? Like the signs. I got a feeling they're going to fix the sign thing pretty quick, and I got a feeling they're going to fix the eye corner issue pretty quick. So I think there's going to be another small update come out in probably the next week or so. And that may cause Valheim Plus to go down again on top of that. So it's always an unknown running mods on that. So I'm kind of waiting now. I hate to drag my feet on it, but I don't want to get in there and get started and have a bunch of people decide they want to do a community run and jump in my server, and then we can't do anything, right? That would kind of suck as well. Yes, I was a sergeant. The true, or a long story. It's a long story. The true origins of my nickname go back to when I first started gaming, and I'm an old guy, Tycho. I'm an old guy. I did 21 years in the Air Force, and then I would say, I don't remember exactly how many years I was in at this point, but I had a temporary duty assignment overseas, and we were having LAN parties. We were playing Medal of Honor Allied Assault and Unreal, what is it? I think the original, or maybe the second Unreal tournament or something like that. And I got stuck over there for a little while. I was over there for like 8 months or whatever. And I got pretty good at playing those games, and that was really my introduction to like first-person shooters and that kind of stuff. This was in like 2004 or something like that. And, so as people rotated in and out and everything like that, we were having these little LAN parties, playing these little tournaments and everything like that. It was kind of fun. It was 20 on 20 for Moha and a couple of different games that we had there. And I had somebody that said, man, every time I turn the corner, you're sitting dead red. You're sitting dead red. You're always sniping me. You're always this. You're always that. You're always dead red or whatever. And this person, he was from a different base, but he started calling me Sergeant Dead Red all the time, and that's where the nickname originated from. I think it was after that deployment that I I actually built a gaming rig after that and actually got into doing some online gaming. I played a little more of Medal of Honor Allied Assault, and then I had a bunch of friends that were really into it was Battlefield 2142 at a time, and I just kept that nickname. That has been my nickname in probably every game since he gave it to me that day. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, I did 21 years in the Air Force. So I retired from the Air Force. Papa Strat that's in here also retired from the Air Force. He's much older than me though. He's a whole lot older. He's like anciently old compared to me. Um, but yeah, we were both in the military, kind of around the same times, and yeah, I enjoyed my time in the military. You inherited your nickname from your father. Nice. I mean, all nicknames usually come from somewhere. I made up a few nicknames when I had some alternate characters, like when I played Battlefield and other things. I've had a few alternate names here and there for alternate characters in the same game, that kind of thing. But it's usually most games that I play, it's usually Sergeant Dead Red. You know, obviously in here, I have way more characters than I know what to do with at this point. So I just make up whatever wonky name in here. But yeah, it's stuck with me. All my years of playing Battlefield, I played Battlefield for like 15 years or something like that, and then got out of Battlefield and it went to Sea of Thieves. I think under Sea of Thieves it was just plain old Dead Red, and then got into Valheim initially, and then got into New World, and everybody's like, "Oh, what character name are you going to come up with?" I'm like, Sergeant Dead Red. You're Romanium, nice. I cannot say that I've ever really visited that part of the world. I've been to places like Turkey, Saudi Arabia, you know, Qatar, you know, a lot of Middle Eastern places, that kind of thing. But I never made any trips up into your neck of the woods. You got attacked by a one-star. You're sitting there listening to me ramble on, and you get attacked by a one-star seeker. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that. I'm really just out searching for the trader now, and I kind of want to outline the middle part of my island here. We're just going to go north for now. That's where the wind's pretty much taking us right now. We're just going to go north for now, and then hope that somewhere along the lines up here, our trader icon pops up somewhere. Yeah, there's some parts of the world that the wife, excuse me, the wife and I would like to visit. And just haven't had the opportunity to at this point. She's working on her retirement as well. You know, I worked, like I said, I'm an old fart. I worked for the Air Force for 21 years, and then got out of the Air Force. I worked for a company called that was a subsidiary of Corning for about 12 or 13 years, and then I worked for General Electric for a couple of years. When COVID kind of hit, I had a tree fall on my house and all kinds of crazy stuff going on, and I ended up stopping work, and then my wife's work moved us to a different locale during the middle of all that, and really I've just stayed retired. So basically, I'm a full-time streamer with a small audience at this point. That's my job right now. I don't know if I'm actually close enough to open up anything over there. Yeah, this happened about a little over 3 years ago now. So it was November. The wife and I had gotten out of bed. It was a Saturday. It had rained like an entire week. We lived down in a state called North Carolina, and it had rained like the entire week, and everything was just completely saturated. And we lived on a lot of land that was about an acre, a little over an acre, like an acre and a quarter or something like that. And there was a tree line, a buffer. There was a buffer between all the houses and like the neighborhood and everything like that. There was a nice buffer line, so you didn't have to stare at your neighbor, the moment you walked out the door, that kind of thing. So there was a nice buffer of woods in between all the houses. And yeah, we had this giant oak tree. It was I think I measured it. It was like 54 inches at the base of the oak tree. And the windstorm the following morning knocked it into my house and tore about, I would say about half my roof off the house and a couple of different things. So it was a fun time. It was nerve-wracking for a little bit. I had to live in like insurance paid for everything, but I lived in like corporate housing and all kinds of different stuff. And in the middle of all that, we had to move locations. We were actually getting ready to sell our house and list it on the market about the time the tree fell on the house, because we were already planning the move. So we had to put certain things off and do different things, and it's like, oh man, what a pain in the butt. But it all worked out for the better, because the people that wanted to buy the house still bought the house once we finally got the listed on the market after all repairs. And they got a brand new roof and a brand new paint job and brand new carpeting in a couple of areas. So I mean, it actually really worked out for the folks that wanted to buy the house in the end. So that was the only good outcome of it. It is basically they got a nicer house than what they would have gotten initially. I don't know if that actually goes through over there. That doesn't look like it goes through, does it? A software developer with a stressed head. Nice. Yeah, I worked on aircraft for my years in the military, and that kind of led me into a path for a technician, an engineering technician position once I retired. And then after being with that company for just a couple of years, they made me a full engineer, a full salaried engineer with manufacturing engineer with Corning. And like I said, I really enjoyed that environment. That was really the first civilian job that I'd ever had, post like high school and that kind of thing. I'd never worked for anybody. I'd never worked for anybody other than the Air Force for many, many years, right? I kind of feel like this might have cut through back here. I'm gonna go up here just a little ways. Well, actually, it looks like we might be at the end of this island here. This definitely looks like a thoroughfare. We'll wrap around here. We'll have to play paddle boat for a bit, but I'm really hoping my trader icon pops up at some point here. Looks like another big area of mistland. So I still have a couple of crypts that I need to go do. And we haven't even really. I sailed by a couple of good swamps, but I should be doing it on the way. But I kind of wanted to embark on on trying to find the trader here. Like your feet on the ground? Well, I didn't fly them. I got a few incentive rides in my time in the military, but I didn't fly them. I basically I was a mechanic. I was a jet engine mechanic. I tore apart and rebuilt the jet engines and the aircraft, and then I spent about half of my time doing the tear down build up, replacement of parts in the jet engines. And then I spent about the other half of my time. I worked at it's called test cell or test facility. And after the engines would get rebuilt, I would we would hook them up to a test bed and actually fire them up on the ground before you would reinstall them in the aircraft. I probably spent about half my career doing that. Oh no, I went up a couple of times. Like I said, they had programs in the military. They were called incentive rides, at least in the Air Force. They were called incentive rides, and if you were lucky enough to get selected for one of the incentive rides, you would get to go up in the aircraft. So I've been on deployments and things. So I've been on like the old C5s, the old C-141s, 117s. I don't remember if I ever actually flew anywhere in a 130 or not. So those were all heavy aircraft. But I did get two rides in F-15s. And those were kind of the highlight of my rides in the military, that's for sure. I was not a pilot. I have to say it was really cool. The first one I got, it was in Turkey. And I got selected for an incentive ride. I show up in the aircraft and I do my training and everything like that I needed to do prior to buckling up and getting in the aircraft. And we get to, we fire everything up and we get to the end of the runway and the guy says, "Are you ready?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm ready." So there we go. We taxi out. We go down the runway, and he lifts it up. It seemed like 10 feet, but it was probably 50 feet off the runway. And he's like he says to me again through the mic. He's like, "Are you ready?" And I'm like, "Ready for what?" And he pulls it straight up in the air and goes straight up. And then when he turns it over up top, you're looking back at the airfield that you took off from, and you're like 10,000 feet up. Almost felt like instantaneous. Felt like I got to get one good woohoo out, and then we were up there, and he turned the aircraft upside down, and there I am. I'm looking at the airfield that we had taken off from. It was pretty cool. No doubt, it was pretty cool. Yeah, I enjoyed my time being a jet engine mechanic. Like I said, I kind of got out of that life when I went to the civilian sector and the area that we wanted to be in for my wife's employment. There really wasn't a lot around for an A&P mechanic. I could have worked at the local airport. I could have done a couple of different things, but I decided at that point, to just go down a different career path. I always had that to fall back on, right? I always had that to fall back on, but I decided to go down a different career path at that point. So I hate not being able to see crap here. I was hoping I'd get lucky and it would be something silly, like I know there was this little canal right here that the trader would be hidden right here in this one little area, but it doesn't look like we're going to get lucky. Looks like we're really going to have to search and destroy for the trader at this point. Oh, the sniper, huh? But that was interesting. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Not everybody wants to discuss it, especially we were talking about World War I, World War II, and even some of the stuff that happened and that we participated in through the years. Some people don't want to talk about that kind of stuff, and I completely understand it. All right, we pretty much outlined just about everything. I want to keep going, and we'll go towards this mountain structure I got over here to the east. I'm spending a lot of time boating right now trying to find this daggone trader, but yeah, I kind of need to find him at this point. I do kind of need to find him at this point. I was hoping he was going to pop up right in this little section. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Yeah, most of the folks in my family were they were pretty. I guess you would say they were pretty fortunate. I had a couple of great uncles that were in World War II. But I never really, their family, the families that that I was from were really large back in that day, and so I never really got to know a couple of those uncles before they passed away, or before I got old enough to maybe understand what they were talking about and everything like that. And then out of my closer family, my aunts and uncles, from my father's side of the family. Um, I think my one uncle was in the Marine Corps for a little while, but he wasn't in during a conflict state of any sort. So he was just kind of in there, that kind of thing. And then, beyond that, my mother's side of the family were, same thing. There were just not a lot of people that, they were kind of in that age bracket. They were in between. So a lot of them did get selected, that kind of thing. Link says Semper Fi. So Link must have been a Marine. And thank you for your service if you were there, Link. I was almost a Marine. I was almost a Marine. And then the recruiter decided that they wanted I went under a guaranteed contract state. When I went in the military, there was a thing called a guaranteed contract. When I went in the military, there was a thing called a guaranteed contract. So I had signed up to go in the Marine Corps because my uncle had been in the Marine Corps, and then I had a couple of cousins that had gone into the Marine Corps, and I had some idea of what I was going to be dealing with or whatever. And I don't remember what my original job was going to be. About a month before, and I was on delayed enlistment for like 8 or 9 months for whatever job I wanted. And about a month out, maybe about 2 months out, the recruiter called me up one day and said, "Hey, I need you to swing by the office, this, that, and the other." I'm like, okay. I went by the office, and they're like, "Yeah, that career field's now closed. You can't do that job anymore. You got to pick something else on the list." I'm like, okay. So we sat down for like an hour and looked through, and I picked 3 new jobs. And to this day, I don't remember exactly what those jobs were. I think they were all probably something in the mechanical career field of some sort. And I'm like, all right, all set. We redid my guaranteed contract, and was set to go to basic training again. And then I quit my my little summer job and everything like that. And the recruiter calls me up. It's like I don't know. It was like 2 weeks before I was supposed to go to basic training, and he goes, "Well, the 3 jobs that you selected, you got a guaranteed contract for this." That career field is now closed. You can't get into the other ones. It's too late for school dates for this. It's too late for that. So yeah, you can't have any of those jobs now. You can just go be a grunt for 4 years. I'm like, no, I'm not going. This was in 1980. 1986. Like I said, I'm an old guy. I'm an old guy. This was in 1986. And it had nothing to do with like ASVAB scores or anything like that. They just came in and told me, yeah, that's closed now. That's closed now. This is closed now. You can't do that now. It wasn't you didn't qualify for it anymore. You just can't have that job now. And I'm like, well, if I can't have that job now, I'm not going. So I had to wait and get an official Marine Corps DEP program discharge. And I went over and signed up to for the Air Force recruiter. And, and got, I put 3 things down on the paper and I got the job and I left for basic training right away. '86 is when you got born. Nice. Like I said, I'm an old fart. I'm an old fart. The only person in chat right now that's way, way, way older than me is a guy named Papa Strap. He's like super old. He's like dirt old. Yeah, I mean that's something you don't know when you're younger, right? But like I said, although the only benefit that I had is I contacted, I'd had a cousin go in, I think about 3 months prior to the date when I was supposed to go in, and and he went in, and he didn't have those issues, but and then I had another friend that had been in for about 6 months. They joined up right after high school, and it had gone in, and they'd already been in for like 6 or 7 months. Like I said, I was on delayed enlistment from the time I signed up. I was waiting on my job. It was like 9 months or something like that I was waiting on this job to open up so I could go in. So I mean, I had a long lead time there. And I would have gladly done any branch of the military as long as I got to go do the job that I wanted. And like I said, those days it was a guaranteed contract. So if they couldn't fulfill, if you signed up and you inked the paper and said, I'm going to the military, and whatever branch of the service you chose, you had a guaranteed contract. And if they couldn't fulfill the contract in the end, then you didn't have to go. Is basically what it boiled down to. Joined in 2005. I retired in 2008 from the Air Force. I'm gonna sit here jabber-jawing with you guys, which is great, but I'm supposed to be out here looking for the traitor. I'm supposed to be out here looking for the traitor. Let's go across the street and go around this island. I think there was a time frame that it wasn't necessarily guaranteed, and it was called like open. You almost everybody had to go in open general or some point. But I think they reverted back to the guaranteed contract thing. They tried coming back and saying, oh, you got to go in, you signed the paper or whatever. And I'm like, no, it says right here, if you can't give me the job that I signed up for, I'm not bound to go in at this point. So, and that was basically enough said with that. Yeah, you can still go in. You can still go in open general. You can still go in, do a couple of different things there. But, I was smart enough to know that, from talking to friends and everything like that, to basically, go in and get a guaranteed contract. Get your guaranteed contract so you make sure you're going to get, something at least you think you want to do. So I was smart enough, at that point. I had talked to my friends that had already gone into the military, so I knew what to do on that. Going on 18 years. Oh, well, hopefully you get everything out of it. I need to go back at this point and restructure mine a little bit. I was looking at my paperwork the other day. So I was a jet engine mechanic for 21 years. Spent half my career roughly working on the engines on a test bed, and running engines and doing that kind of thing, which is a pretty loud, noisy environment. So they say they say I've got tinnitus and I've got a little hearing loss, and they gave me 0% for it. I'm like, if I've got tinnitus, it's automatic 10%. I worked on F-15Es, which had the Pratt & Whitney F-100 220 engine. Some of them had 229 engines in them. And then my first couple of years in the military, my first 6 years in the military, I actually worked on the C-141, the original, one of the original, not the original, but one of the heavy aircraft for my first 6 years, which was a TF-33 engine. You were a Huey crew chief? Nice. I don't know, Psycho. I've seen the way you play Valheim. I'm not sure we would have survived very long with you being a heli pilot. Yeah, those are basically, if I have it correctly, those are almost small gas turbines, right? Those are kind of small gas turbines. So we had a side of our career field that now, I could have worked the small gas section that we, so, some of the engines in some of the smaller helicopters, not necessarily military, but some of the engines in some of the smaller helicopters that were powered are really the same engine as what powers, some of the large aircraft like the APUs and that kind of stuff, the auxiliary power unit. So some of those smaller engines for some of the smaller helicopters, like I said, not necessarily military, but yeah, like I said, the TF-33s weren't very big as far as a heavy aircraft was concerned. They were really kind of undersized, but that was a pretty old airframe and a pretty old aircraft, right? So the C-117 replaced the C-141, and they retired all the C-141s pretty early in my career. And then I moved from working heavies to working fighters, which I'll be honest, I liked working fighters better anyway. And I spent most of my time as a back shop mechanic doing teardown and rebuild, and then the rest of the time I spent really at test facility, basically where they would send us the engines, we'd fire them up, put them through their paces, break them in, whatever required runs would need to be done on them. Basically, I'll do a leak and ops check of everything and all the systems and everything like that before you would consider the engine a spare and put it out to be installed in an aircraft. That's what I probably spent half my career doing. You can fit on the Rolls Royce, yeah. I think the smallest engine I ever really tinkered with, I'm trying to remember what the name of it was, like a J85 or something like that. It was I think that was if you remember the little T-38s, the tweets, where we used to do pilot training or whatever. That was probably the smallest engine I ever got to tinker around with, but yeah. I am not finding the stinking traitor on the planes, am I? Yeah, that's kind of what I spent the bulk of my time doing. So, like I said, I did teardown and build up for I think my first 3 years, and then I got moved to the test facility for the heavy engines. I got moved to the test facility there, and and that base ended up closing. That was out in Southern California. That base ended up closing, But I basically did 3 years there, and then when I moved to the new base, working F-15s, uh, I was already run qualified. I was already somewhat qualified, even though I hadn't worked on those particular engines before. They're like, yeah, you already know, you already know what it means to be run certified, emergency procedures, and all this kind of different stuff. So I went straight to a test facility there and spent I think my first 4 years there. Then I did a support role for about 6 or 8 months, and then moved back to intermediate maintenance, tear down and build up again. And then I think I was in quality assurance for a couple of years, then back to test cell again. And then I think at the end of my career, I was basically the NCOIC of test cell. It was one of my last official titles that I had while I was in the military. So, but yeah, it was. I had the most fun. It was a lot of fun to to put an engine on the test bed and put it through its paces, especially the fighter aircraft, right? The fighter aircraft, the one that had the afterburner or augmentation. You'd fire them up, you'd put them through your paces or whatever, and you're snapping it around, and you're out there doing a leak check, and you got a blazing flame, shooting 20 feet out of the back of the engine, as you're doing a leak check or whatever. Yeah, it was fun. I had a good time with QA too. I tried to be, I tried to be honest, but at the same time, I knew where people were at. So I was engines QA. I was engines QA, and then I got qualified to do BPO pre-flight and phase the phase docs. I got qualified to do a lot of different things while I was at QA. And learned even more about the aircraft. I spent several deployments on the line. We'd go places like Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and I would go as a back shop rep, but I would really just work the line for the 3 or 4 or 5 months, whatever the case may be, that we would be there. And I would just work on the line at that point. So I spent a little bit of time on the line, maybe about 2 years, so 2 years worth of time on the flight line. But most of that was on deployments and that kind of thing. So here's one thing that'll blow your mind. I spent 21 years in the military. How many bases do you think I went to? Yeah, very true. As Air Force. Yep, I was Air Force. 2. I was at exactly 2 bases my entire career. I was at exactly 2 bases my entire career. Now Strat, on the other hand, Strat also did like 22 or 24 years in the military, and he moved all over the place. I think he was at least a handful of different bases, and there were some career fields. That folks moved around a lot, but in the jet engine career field, it was kind of weird. But they always like to keep about 10 or 12 people that to train the new people or that kind of thing. And I just didn't move around much. So I was in California for my first 6 years. Then we moved to the Carolinas. And then one of my deployments to Al Udeid Air Base, they forgot to send a replacement for me. And the captain, or she might have been a major, I can't remember now. She walked into my office one day. That's when I was QA, and she said, can any way that I can get you to stay? So they closed PSAB, and they're like, yeah, they forgot to send a replacement for you. So we don't have a replacement lined up for you. Can you stay for another rotation? I'm like, only if I can get a guaranteed short tour out of it. So she went and talked to the 06, and the 06 came in, and he's like, all right, look, we can do this, but I got to talk to the maintenance the maintenance lead at your base, and as long as they're comfortable with it, we're comfortable with it. You went to the deed. I was there in 03 for about 8 months, and then I went back in 06. I went back in 06 for another, I think, 4 months. But yeah, I got a short tour out of it. So here I am. I'm an E7 at this point. And you know, they're like, yeah. So you know, usually when you had been at a base that as long as I had, and I wasn't the only one, but usually when you'd been at a base as long as I had, and once you were a senior NCO, that usually meant you were either going to go to Korea or someplace that you probably didn't want to go late in your career. And I was fortunate, so I went to LUD. They forgot to fill my slot, and I ended up with a short tour. So as soon as my short tour took effect, that zeroed my time out on the base that I was at, and I never had to worry about going anywhere for the rest of my career. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, a lot of things have changed at LUD. My first trip to LUD, everybody lived in tents. And it wasn't nice tents, right? It was the big Barney tents. I think towards the end of my deployment, like I said, I was there for about 8 months. Towards the end of my deployment, we started getting what were they called? It was like the Alaskan tents, the Alaskan tents, the smaller Quonset hut looking tents. I think they were called Alaskan tents. I don't remember exactly. And then when I went back in 06. Nobody was in tents anymore. Everybody was in like these big trailers. Yeah, when I went back in back in 06, you know, there was probably some tent area left, but everything was really trailers, and they had started excuse me, they had started working on these big dormitories. They had started working on these big dormitories that were going to be there for different things. Yeah, I ended up going back in 06. Like I said, I was a senior NCO, and I had left quality assurance, I think, about 6 months after I had left. I left my rotation at LUD, and I'd gone back to the intermediate maintenance shop, and I was out at test cell, and then there was a big exercise going on, and there's a deployment that went one direction and a deployment went the other direction, and the guy that was the chief of the quality assurance, since I was qualified to assess crew chiefs, engine mechanics, and hydro, and a couple other things. He basically called up and said, "Hey, will you go back as quality assurance to LUD for 4 months?" And this was pretty late. Excuse me. This was pretty late in my career, and I was like, "Yeah, as long as my shop chief's good with it, I'll go back." Stuck all you guys in the can. Well, the way I look at that could have been worse. My first experience with the Barney tents, really it wasn't bad. There was like 75 people in the tent, and everybody's working a different shift. You're doing 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, that kind of thing. It really, that sounds bad, but it really wasn't bad. I mean, there were, in those days there wasn't a whole lot else going on LUD to do. So work wasn't a bad thing. But yeah, I think I'd been there about 3 or 4 weeks, and nobody had really gotten a day off or anything like that. And this was before anything kicked off or anything like that. And it came this windstorm one day, and it ripped the side of the tent that I was living in open. And so we had this giant flap, and it was me and a couple other guys that were around me there. We were trying to sandbag the side of the tent and get everything close back up so we could actually go back to sleep. Yeah, so in the Air Force, at least, I can't speak to all branches of the service. In the Air Force, at least, and in the job that I had and the career field that I was in, it was more or less a 9 to 5 job, unless something came up. You know, there was times that I had to work 12-hour shifts, but for the most part, it was a 9 to 5 job. Oh, I can't get through here. Hi, guys. We'll be stuck here for a little while. Don't pay any attention to me. You guys are shooting arrows at me. Yeah, for us in my career field that I'm in, unless you were behind on engine production, unless for some reason you got way behind on engine production or something like that, it really wasn't a bad thing. It really wasn't a bad thing as far as that go. It was more or less a 9 to 5er for the most part, you know. But if you got behind or exercises, that kind of thing, you were definitely doing 12s. Das live with the raid. Hello, Das. I saw you playing some Minecraft earlier. Das. Welcome in. I'm about to get leeched to death. How's Mr. How you enjoying Minecraft? And thank you for the resub, Red. Thank you very much. Crafty. Yes. I watched you. It looked like you were digging an alleyway. You looked like you were digging an alleyway earlier when I stopped by there. You were digging like this long alleyway. I'm not quite sure where you were going with it, but you were definitely digging an alleyway. It's what it kind of looked like. I didn't know how. I don't know how else to describe it. Oh, sorry. Here, let me do this real quick. Let's get that one done, and let's get this one done. You guys haven't watched either one of those streamers, please go by and check them out at some point. Gas Life does lots of Valheim and little bits of a few other games. Red Fairy, same thing. She does a little Minecraft. She does mostly Valheim, Australian streamer, but both a lot of fun to watch. Hey, I finally found my trader. I finally found my. You're hiding over here. I've been all over my map tonight looking for the trader. All right, Dash. Thank you again for the raid. Appreciate you very much. You have a good one, and anybody that joined with Dash. Obviously, I'm Sergeant Dead Red. Welcome in. We were doing a little Valheim here. We're doing a limited armor permadeath run. That's what we're calling it anyway. We're gonna attempt to stay below an overall armor rating of 60 to 65 in that range, and that's what we're doing. We're gonna attempt to make it all the way through the world on a permadeath without going above that armor rating, overall armor rating. We finished off our permadeath run that we were on. Not this past Sunday, but the Sunday prior to that. We goofed around leveling up magic for a couple days, and I'll be honest, I got a little bored with doing the magic stuff. It was fun and all. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I got a little bored of it, so I decided, you know what? Let's start another permadeath run, and let's create another challenge to it. And I thought about doing the whole thing where you just only go to like level 2 or something like that on every armor piece, that kind of thing. I thought about doing that for a little bit. I'm like, that's really not much of a challenge, because you get to the end and the only armor that you can get, you can only take to level 2. So I decided, yeah, that's not much of a challenge. So I really don't know how this is going to work out in the end. As far as once we get to like the Mistlands or whatever, what my survivability is going to be like in the lesser levels of armor. But we're gonna go find out. Yeah, and this was one of my goals tonight. One of my goals tonight was to get in here and find the trader. I still need to go. I still need to go harvest probably a couple of good crypts of iron yet, which I haven't done. We haven't beat bone mass yet. I need to level up my club a little bit before we do the bone mass battle, but I don't know if we're going to get to that tonight, or this morning, I should say. Now, for me at least, it's morning time. Don't know if we're going to get to that on this stream or not. Come here. I have got enough root pieces now to where I've made the root armor, so that's why my bow seems a whole lot faster than it was yesterday, because I do have the full root armor set on at this point. It's not all the way upgraded, so we still need about five or six more abominations at this point to get my armor up all the way. And we started this run, when we first started this run, we were strictly vanilla. We're running Valheim Plus. That's been the mod that I've used for a long time now, and I enjoy using. But we did the first, I think, 4 days of the run strictly vanilla mode, but they released an alpha version of it, and yeah, we're back on Valheim Plus at this point, but it's still an alpha version, so still looking to put together a community run here soon. You know, I'm just going to put my portal inside the dome of protection. Why is there no dome of protection? There it is. Can I just put my portal inside of here? Will it let me do that now? It didn't used to let you do that. Will it let you do that now? It will. I have got some goodies for you, buddy. Uh-oh. Yeah, now it won't activate though, right? It won't activate because it's in here. Why? Let me put it in here, but it won't activate. Like I said, I can put it wherever I want in here, but it won't activate. I was surprised it let me put the workbench in here. I kind of can't see where the dome is, so we'll go over here. If this doesn't work now, I untagged my portal. Well, this is not good. All right, we're gonna go with trader. It looks like I should be far enough away. I should be far enough away here. For whatever reason, my other portal's not working right now, though. And I don't have another portal kit on me, which means I got to sail all the way back down here. I don't know why it's not working unless I accidentally untagged my other portal. It's not making any sense to me at this point. How about being able to craft more than one recipe at a time? What are you talking about, Mega Myers? What are you talking about? You're talking about when you're like the cooking station and you can't do multiples? Well, this kind of stinks. Where's home? All right. We've been boating forever on this stream. But it looks like we got to do a little more boating before we get done. I got to go all the way back to my home and see if we can figure out what the issue is with the portal. I should be out of the radius. Right? As long as you're out of the bubble, it lets you do it. Yeah, you know, basically wolf skewers are good for a little while, like when you're in the mountains, once you get access to it. And then when you first hit the plains, it's still a pretty good resource. Beyond that, you don't need much wolf meat. Because you're going to get access pretty soon if you're talking about that. Yeah, I mean, you're into plains food, then you're into Mistlands food. So I like usually to get around 50 or 60 of the wolf meat while I'm running around the mountains, and that's typically because I spend that much time killing drakes up there that I'll end up with 50 or 60, maybe a little more of the wolf meat. And then after that, it's kind of a moot point after you get done with wolf skewers, because you're going to be into other foods shortly. So I typically just cook up what I need for that. Well, we made a nice long boat trip to come all the way up here to find out our portal doesn't work. I still don't know why my portal's not working. I have no idea why my portal's not working there. I don't remember changing the one at the home base. I'm really confused right now why it's not working. Let's say I accidentally hit it and blanked it out for some reason. That's it. That's really the only thing I can think of, but if it was blank, it should still connect. Which means I gotta sail all the way back home. I gotta go all the way back home. Fine, I'll take the free fish. I'm just hoping that I can go straight back down through here somehow. Yeah, I'm not sure, Red. I'm not sure. I must have done something by accident. So I left the portal in the swamp by bone mass, and I'm pretty sure I relabeled that portal. But that's the only thing. I've got some kind of error here now. So all I can really do is sail back home at this point, and it's not gonna lie, it's a pretty long trip to go back home at this point, but I don't have any other choices. I bet I left it labeled bone mass by accident. Either that or the one in the swamp, I forgot to hit the enter key. One or the other. We'll get it fixed, but we got to go all the way back to do it. Yeah, I might have. Anything is possible at this point, right? Anything is possible at this point. But I definitely done something wrong here. But hey, at least I found my trader. He was actually a pretty good ways out. Yeah, I guess that's the normal range. I guess that's kind of the normal range for the trader, right? I think going down through there, that might open up to that. So I don't know which way is going to be quicker right now. I don't know which way is going to be quicker. We're just going with it at this point. We're just going with it. And we got full wind. And my entire stream tonight, I think, has been me sailing around, unfortunately. I probably sailed by Yagluth at some point and didn't see it. But it's been a great opportunity to sit here and jabberjaw with chat, though. So I can't say I can't say it's been all for naught. We've uncovered a bunch of map. We know kind of where I want to go back to once I get my portal situation straightened out. I need to go back to some swamps, and I think we found this place right over here, not too far away from home, and we got two big mountains. I'm pretty sure we're gonna find. I'm pretty sure gonna find what we need in that big section of swamps there. At least so far this is looking pretty good. We'll just uncover whatever's on the way down through here. We might as well see what's on this island. Oh, swamp dead ahead. Is there a canal to the left or to the right? But we know there's a mountain dead ahead. Well, I'm guessing this way. It almost looks like a canal that might cut through there, but we'll take the full wind at this point. I don't see a canal exit coming out the other side. So unless it wraps it all the way around and it's its own little island, who knows? Maybe we'll get another serpent. Do I have any serpent meat in the hole? Did I get rid of that? Yeah, I did. I usually only go half sail at night because I'm hoping for serpents to pop up, but I'm kind of beating feet right now and getting back as fast as possible. So I could go here to this, but since I don't know what the error is, I'm afraid if I go back to the bone mass swamp that I still won't be able to do it. So I'm just going to go all the way back home at this point. And I don't think we can cut through right here. All right, somebody said to try this. I'm trying it. Oh, that worked. It worked. Jump in the water with a serpent next to the boat. That's probably not a good idea. That's probably not a good idea, right? Yeah, I know. I'm supposed to eat food too. Well, we're pretty good on serpent meat. All right, am I going to get a double spawn again like we did on the other one? Doesn't look like it. We got a double spawn a little bit ago. When I say double spawn, we had one. We stopped and we killed him, and we jumped out of the boat. We retrieved our serpent meat, and then I turned around and there was another one. As soon as I sat back down at the helm, another one popped up. And it's like, okay, I'll take two. Can I see any crypts in there? Let's go look. Let's get a little bit closer and look here since we're over here. I wonder if that connects all the way through. We know there's a mountain in the middle of this somewhere. Oh, I forgot to mark my serpent back here. Whoops. I don't see any crypts in there. My bet is it looks pretty good at this point. That probably some crypts in there. I can't tell if it goes all the way through, but I kind of need to go this way. It's my only avenue to get back through. I didn't know if that fish was going to get in the boat with me or not. I guess the only good thing about spending this much time on the ocean at this stage of the game is I've gotten the opportunity to kill 4 or 5 serpents already. Yeah, I'm kind of puzzled right now. I have no idea what I might have done, but I'm kind of puzzled right now. What I might have done, I either hit the wrong key, spelled something wrong, or forgot to relabel one of my portals. But at the end of the day, it just should be R. It's a pirate portal. It just should be R. Dang it. What you into today, Red? Are you running? Actually, are you streaming tonight? I didn't even look earlier. I didn't look earlier. Is Red streaming tonight? I didn't see. I seen Queen Snell was streaming. And I don't see you on, Red. I don't see you on. I guess since you're here chatting with me, there's no way you're streaming. I caught a little bit of the crazy stream earlier today because I couldn't sleep. I had to get up a little bit early to begin with, and then I couldn't sleep. So I lurked on the crazy for a little bit. I was telling him he was talking about that his neck and shoulder and stuff hurting him or whatever, and he was on some painkillers or whatever, and I just told him it was old age. Yep, Saturday for you. Gotcha. The weekend, my time off. Nice, nice. Gotta take a day off every now and then. No, been overdoing it again. Yeah, I told him. I told him in his chat last night that he had old fart syndrome, and he said some kind of smart comment, and then he looked back and he's like, "Oh, I thought you were Red Fairy telling me that. I thought you were Red Fairy me." He's like, and he started apologizing. I was just giving him crap. I thought it was hilarious. Thought it was hilarious. He said you told him the same thing at some point. It's just old fart syndrome. It's kind of funny though. Old fart syndrome. He said, Red Fairy tells me I'm just getting old all the time, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. He kind of apologized or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, there's no need to apologize. I was giving him crap or whatever. And then I said something about that. I asked him what it felt like to be one of the original folks that founded Australia or whatever, what that was like back in those days. And he kind of didn't get the joke there, but I was making reference to he had been there when the founders first formed Australia or whatever. Yeah, going back to what you were talking about earlier, Mega Myers, that's one of the things that I wish they would come up with, right? I wish they would come up with ways to do, in other words, if you have enough items in your inventory to make 10 lock spies, you should be able to make 10 lock spies, right? Or if you have enough items in your inventory to make, 8 wolf skewers, you should be able to make 8 wolf skewers. I wish they would give you a slider bar there, or just do it similar to sausages, right? Do the same thing that you do with sausages right now. You've got, if you've got enough items in your inventory to make 4, it lets you make 4 at a time or whatever. I wish they would do that pretty much for all recipes. There's probably a mod out there for it. There is probably a mod out there for it. I get away with a little bit. I get away with it a little bit because I can do craft from chest with the mod. So craft from the chest, I still have to hit the button 10 times, right? I still have to hit the button 10 times. But at least I have craft from chest. I don't have to go get it out of there. Well, that wasn't too bad of a trip home. That was a little shorter than what I thought it was going to be. There might be a mod out there that does that for you. I'm not aware of it if there is. But most, I think just about everything I've ever looked up that I've thought about, there's been a mod for it somewhere. Oh, such a pretty little picture coming right through here. Black forest on one side, meadows on the other. Sun coming up. Gotta squeeze by all my rocks again. Try not to scratch the paint. I guess we already scratched the paint when we pulled into that one area of the swamps, right? Oh, we're gonna scratch the paint. We're gonna scratch it. All right, I got some turtle wax. I got some turtle wax. We can fix that. How you liking the new colorized signs, Red? The crazy was showing me somebody went crazy with them on your server. Look how far away you can see them. That's the part that still astounds me. I can see my garden sign right now. I can see my garden sign. You know, probably what seems like probably 200 meters away. Oh, he had nothing to do, so he's dead in the permit. Yeah, you can actually see the signs further away. You can actually see the signs further away than you can a fire. I can actually see the signs in my house right now. My house is not rendered in, but I can see the signs. Yeah, I am amazed at how far the render distance is. There's my garden sign over there. There's my dock sign. Yeah, look at my dock sign. That's like 25 or 30 font. Hey, Cunningham, how are you? There's my dock sign. Yeah, I was messing around with the font. Taking a little break, gotcha. We got our garden sign over here. I can see this garden sign from ever away, seems like. I definitely need to replant the garden while I'm here. We definitely need to replant that. All right, what is wrong with my portals? I have no idea what's wrong with my portals right now. What are you labeled? You're labeled R. All right, now I know what I did wrong. All right, you're fixed. Now we got one for the trader. Let's see, we need to make a sign for trader. What color are we gonna make trader? What's a good color for trader? Is gold? I haven't even looked. I think there's I don't know all the different colors that are actually available at this point. Let's see if gold is. Gold's not an option. Yeah, yellow is the only other thing. Wonder if there's a light yellow. Nope, there's not a light yellow. Oh, I got trader instead of color. Wait a minute. Let's take that out for the moment. I got trader on the brain now. I got trader on the brain now. No, it doesn't like that. Doesn't like that. Yeah. That's all right. Is what it is. Gold! There's gold! Now I'm gonna mess around. I want to see if it lets me put the portal inside the bubble. It let me place it there. It didn't even used to let you place it there, right? Am I remembering that wrong? Back in the day, it wouldn't allow you to actually place it inside of his little cubby or whatever. But it actually let me put the portal in there. So I'm curious at this point if it'll actually let me place the portal inside the bubble. Yeah, I agree, Red. I agree. I don't remember it working like that, but I'm going to try it. Now that we fixed our error, we had to sell all the way back to fix our error, but now that we got that fixed, I kind of want to try it and see what happens. It let me build in there. So it could have something to do with my mod. I'm not 100% sure. It let me build. It let me put a workbench down inside the bubble. And that could be a product. I don't necessarily have anything turned on that should affect that. But that's, you know, that could be a possibility at this point. That could be a possibility at this point. You know, that the mod is actually allowing me to build in there. I've actually just never really tried, and I decided on this trip that I was going to try it. Well, let's see if it lets me do it here in a second. It may not let me do it here. It may not let me do it here. It just may be, maybe it let me place it or something like that, but it wouldn't let me actually do something. But yeah, I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out what it'll do. I mean, it's not a real bad sailing trip to go back there if we had to. So. Hacks! Hacks! Yeah, I don't know, you know, I don't know if there's something with the mod that interferes. Oh, I don't remember taking my workbench down, but okay. I'm inside the bubble right now. And this could have something to do with my mod. I honestly, I remember the same thing as you guys. So the mod that I'm using right now is still under alpha testing. So I'm not going to leave it here because I'm afraid it'll screw something up. But I know I can build right on the outside of the bubble. And I know you can even dig a pit. I know if you come to the edge here and you dig a pit or whatever, then your portal can kind of be on the edge of it. Are you trying it there, Psycho? I'm afraid to leave mine in here because I don't want to lose the portal. Sarge hacks. I'm rich. I'm rich. Ymir flesh. Bought a bunch of you. We're gonna buy a fishing rod. We're gonna buy some fishing bait. We'll buy one of the Thunderstones. Yeah, I'll buy the belt. I really don't need the belt, but I'll buy it. There we go. All my gold is gone. I got 5 gold coin left. You know what I'll do? I'll do if I can remember to do it tomorrow. I'm gonna disable my mod, and I'm gonna log back in. I'm gonna log in. I'll log into another server that I know I have that I've got a newish character on, and I think I've got the trader there, and I'm gonna see if I can put the portal on the inside of that one. You'll remember it going nighttime? All right, you gotta be R. All right, you're unconnected now, so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Now we can start loading this guy up. Now we can start loading you up with lots of goodies. The dial-up portal idea, yeah, I kind of stopped doing. So sometimes when we do community server runs, and I'm kind of waiting, on to get an official version of Valheim Plus before I start another community run. Otherwise, it doesn't look like there's going to, because my assumption is at this point we're probably going to get a hot fix here pretty quick for the signs and the leaking roofs. If you haven't experienced the leaking roofs, if you where they change the eye corners, and when it rains, my entire roof system leaks right now because of that. Yeah, so yeah, a lot of times when I'm on my solo adventures, or even when I'm on a community server, I typically survive on just a couple of portals. I'll usually, so when I get to doing some adventures on in the plains or the mistlands, or maybe even the mountains, I'll have one portal that I'll put by the boat. So I usually end up with 2 portals, and I end up with the 2 portals, and that's where the colored signs come in really cool now, because now I can actually see what I write on my signs. But yeah, that's really what I do. So most of the time on my solo runs, I use usually 2 portals. You know, and if I leave one somewhere, I got one right now. Like, we found bone mass already. I just haven't gone to do him yet. I want to level up my club skill a little bit stuff, and I wanted to finish leveling up a couple other things like my pants for my root armor and that kind of thing. But yeah, so I've got a portal sitting at Bone Mass, I got one sitting at Trader, and then R is just, you know, it's just my one letter portal that I take everywhere with me. But like I said, when we get to the point where we start really roaming the mountains and getting pretty far away, I usually leave one portal at or near my boat. And say we go up into the mountains, I take a secondary portal with me up into the mountains and run around up there. And that way, if I want to portal back without going all the way back to the boat, I guess I could really get away with that, but I kind of like doing it that way. It's especially handy in vanilla mode, because in vanilla mode you tend to get kind of far away from your boat, and you kind of forget where you parked your boat, because you forget where you just forget it, right? You just forget that you parked the boat somewhere, and it's not marked on your map. You know, so while I'm running Valheim Plus right now, I know where my boat is. I know I got a boat right here. And like I said, we left a portal out here in Bone Mass Swamp on top of this crypt right here. This is the smallest swamp that I've ever seen that had a bone mass in it. It's tiny. Itsy bitsy, teeny tiny, and we could actually run all the way there. We swim across this little river right here that we just sailed through. I could actually run all the way there. I could actually run to my first plain section. Yeah, that's kind of the way I do it too. So as we progress, assuming that, you know, that we progress on this run, as we progress, you know, I'll put one down by the sacrifice stones. I'll do the same thing. I'll have a portal labeled sacrifice or sack stones, or just sack usually for short, for the sacrifice stones. I didn't leave one at Elder because there's usually not much one point there. I needed to leave this swamp because there were only 4 crypts there, but that's where my bone mass is. So I left I left a portal there for now. And then I use it's kind of like a travel portal or whatever, but I'm on a solo adventure at this point, so I usually just label it with one letter or whatever. If I'm on a community run, you know, we'll usually have portals to everybody's houses, and we'll have a hub to have a portal to everybody's house. And then we'll usually have a portal to all the boss locations in case anybody wants to come in and do the bosses or whatever. So that usually gives us about 8 or 10 right off the bat, right? Other than that, everybody kind of does your own thing usually. Yeah, it's kind of, we're very similar on that, Cunningham. We're very similar on that. We're very similar on that. Now where I want to go, where do I want to go now? I don't want to go on another giant boating adventure. Let's go over to, I guess this swamp. Let's stop here in the Black Forest area somewhere. Let's go and I need to find a couple of more crypts. I need a couple more crypts worth of iron. Assuming that we get like 100 out of each one of them, then that would be good. But I definitely need a couple more crypts worth of iron. And it just wasn't going to produce out of the bone mass swamp. Mayor may have copied my idea. I can't say I'm the originator of it. After my first community run where we had like 40 portals, we had like no lie. I've been back on there recently, and I think there were 34 portals that went all kinds of crazy different places, some of them fairly useless. We just left portals all over the world during the community run. That was my initial playthrough. They were everywhere. And then my second playthrough, we started thinking about it, because same thing, we ended up with like 35 portals on my second playthrough, and I'm like, there's got to be a better way to do this. There's got to be a better way to do this. And we started, I think we started doing the sign thing, but we still probably had 20 portals by the time we got to the end of that run. So after that, I don't remember whether Sixer or somebody else I was playing with it saw it somewhere, thought of it first. But I just remember coming across the idea, especially on like a solo or a duo run, that kind of thing, where you're kind of habitating or cohabitating, around the same area all the time. You usually don't need more than just a couple of portals. Just a couple of portals. You leave some throughout the world. Like I may leave like 8 or 10 of them spaced around between bosses and other things, but other than that, like I said, I usually function on 2 portals here at the house. One will be usually wherever I park the boat, and the other one will be the one that I carry with me. Now it's not as easy to do in vanilla mode. I have my extra weight and inventory space, which allows me a little extra latitude, right? As far as I can carry more weight. Now that we found the trader, it's not as big a deal in vanilla mode, but yeah. Got my portal kit back on me. Yeah, I mean, you kind of get it still works on a group run, Red Fairy. It still kind of works on a group run. Everybody kind of has to do their own thing. But like I watch you guys doing Shield Maidens or whatever. You can still make a portal wall where you probably for a group run you probably need about, I will say, 7 or 8 portals if you're living at separate locations. Other than that, you just make a wall with the signs, right? You just make a wall with the signs, if you're on your one community server where everybody's got their own residence that's sublocated, then obviously you're going to have portals to their locations or whatever, and then they can have their own little subset of portals over there if they want particular things. But other than that, if your hub can just be a couple of portals with with the labels up, right? Yeah, I don't remember where I first saw it, Red. I really don't. I like I said, I can't say I'm the originator. We were thinking down that same line, and I don't remember whether I saw it or one of the folks that I was playing with saw it. I'm not 100% sure on that. I want to say for some reason, I feel like it was Jonathan Raymaker or something like that I noticed doing it one day. And I think it had dawned on us to kind of go down that path, whether I saw it on Judge or whether somebody else saw it or thought of the idea or whatever. But then I kind of saw Jonathan Raymaker kind of employing that one time, and a light kind of went off. I think it was John for whatever reason. Jonathan Raymaker, resonates with me on maybe the first person I saw actually using it. I think we were kind of using it at that point, but we didn't have the thought that Jonathan did at the time. But regardless. Yeah, that's basically it, Cunningham. You're right. That's basically it. You know, everybody kind of has a portal to the hub and a portal to their house. And let's say you got 7 people playing on your community server, so that's 7 people. After that, you can have just a couple of subset of portals after that everybody kind of utilizes. But let's say the Cunningham wanted to go over to the Bone Mass Swamp, and Red Fairy wanted to go to the Motor Mountain, and so you still kind of you still need a few extras if you're doing a community run, because you've got people going different directions and doing different things sometimes. Yeah, like I said, it depends on how many people you got on your community server. Like, you know, if you're doing it like the Shield Maidens, where everybody's operating out of one house and nobody's living down the road, so to speak, or on a different island or anything like that, you can get away with just, you know, certain amount of portals on that. If you're doing a community run like I typically do, where everybody kind of has their own build location and does different things, we usually make a portal hub to everybody's house, unless they're like, you know, really close by. Make a portal to everybody's house, and then they have their own little subset of portals, and that's kind of what we did on our last community server run. But we ended up with some extra portals. I want to say we ended up with about 15 portals. We left a portal at each one of the boss locations, which we could have just turned that into one portal, but, you know, we had times where somebody wanted to go do bone mass and then somebody wanted to go do motor, so we kind of left it that way. Yeah, anything that helps reduce a little bit of lag, right? Anything that helps reduce a little bit lag is always beneficial, right? I've been jabberjawing all night long. We have gotten nothing accomplished tonight. We've got absolutely nothing accomplished tonight, but I am loving just sitting around talking to chat too. So, hey, the Wobbler, how are you doing? You know what? Let's make this thing and put it in the boat while I'm thinking about it. How we doing, Wobbler? Yeah, I kind of do the same thing, Cunningham. I kind of do the same thing. I said my emergency portal usually ends up being the one by the boat. But when I'm doing permadeath runs, the emergency portal usually becomes a moot point, right? Unless you make an error just like I did. Where I had to sail all the way back to my house because I forgot to label the bone mass portal. Yeah, with permadeath, you I survive on 2 portals. You don't die in every single game. Death is just part of the game at the end of the day. Death is just part of the game. We all try not to die, but at the end of the day, death is part of the game. I can't remember, Cunningham. Did you run any mods or no? Nopers. Gotcha. So I'm giving Valheim Plus about, I'll say, a week to 10 days to see if they give me an official release. If they give me an official release for Valheim Plus, we're going to start another community run here. And I've got a few people that are kind of hanging out and waiting. Freya, Spartan Heckler, Strat will jump in here some. I think Kale will jump in here some. Saber will jump in here some. So it won't be a real consistent audience. But if they don't come out with a permanent fix within the next week or so, and it looks like it's going to be a little bit for that yet, I may just open it up and do a vanilla run if you're interested. Or if anybody out there is interested, hit me up in Discord. I've got a couple of channels in Discord right now where I laid out just the basic rules, new tune, no bringing stuff in from another world or whatever. But if it looks like Valheim Plus is going to be a little bit, we may just open it up and do a vanilla community run with everybody. I mean, I love my mods and everything like that. I do love running Valheim Plus, but at the end of the day, if it looks like it's going to be a couple of weeks before they release an official version, I may just open it up for a vanilla run. There's no guarantee at this point, though, right? You know, it could be that they get everything fixed here in the next 4 or 5 days, and then we're going to do a modified run, and it'll be up to you guys whether you want to run Valheim Plus to do the community run or not. I played vanilla for the first 4 days of this run, Red. I was on vanilla, so when the update came out on Monday? Was it Monday, Sunday or Monday? Whenever the update came out, that broke Valheim Plus. And it's still broken on the server side right now. It's still broken on the server side. You can get it to work. You can get it to work by finagling a few things. But I kind of want to wait till the official version comes out before I update the server. Yeah, if you guys want your name in the hat, like I said, exclamation point Discord, and there's a matter of fact, yeah, there's a channel for it, and then there's a message that pops up out about every 25 minutes that you can click on it, and that gives you a Discord invite or whatever, and you can hop in Discord if you want to put your name in the hat. If you want it to be strictly vanilla, we'll do vanilla. I got a couple of people really interested in doing the modded run, but like I said, the modded run's on hold right now until we get a permanent fix out there. Like I said, I'm running an alpha version of it right now, and there's only 2 errors that I've seen so far. One may be that the placement of my portal, and the other is storage chests in the world right now are actually showing you an extra active inventory slot that shouldn't be there. That's the only 2 errors that I've come up with so far on it. Yeah, I think Psycho was also interested. So there was I think there was, and initially it was all going to be a modded run, but seeing as how it might be a little bit before that mod gets completely fixed or gets an official fix, we might just open it up and do a vanilla run. Like I said, give me about a week or 10 days. Let's see where it goes, and then after that, it'll be up to whoever is signed up, and if they want to do modified or if they want to do vanilla or whatever. If I get a consensus on what we want to do, I could do either. Doesn't bother me doing either. Man, have we sailed enough tonight? We have sailed enough tonight. We have spent a ton of time sailing tonight. Yeah, but we spent the first 4 days strictly vanilla on this character, and I'm still partially vanilla. I mean, I've got my extra inventory, I've got my extra weight space right now, so I'm technically not vanilla now. But I still kept my stack sizes, and I'm trying to not utilize the bottom row for anything that's like important, because it can break at any point. Like I said, I kind of expect there's going to be a hot fix for the problem with the eye corners that got created during the last update, and I think the signs. I think the large font on the signs. I think that's unintended at this point. I've had a couple of other people think that the supersized font was unattended as well, so I've got a feeling they may come out with a little patch hot fix here, which may screw everything up again. Who knows? And where were those Draugr villages at that I found earlier? Oh, they're down. They're all the way down here. They're all the way down there. I need to go work on my club skill too. What are we just storming in the meadows today? Is kind of what it looks like, huh? Oh, definitely. I've already made the iron mace. I get a lot. I get a lot of my skill just using the hammer. I use my hammer a lot in the swamps, and I get a lot of my skill from using the hammer. Using the hammer on, like, you know, when I'm doing the crypts, that kind of thing. I probably get a lot of skill from doing that. Come on. There we go. There we go. Almost there. Almost there. The ocean came up and I didn't see it in time. Oh my God. All right. Let's see if we can fix this nonsense. Yeah, I've gotten to the point where I've actually kind of quit making I've kind of quit making the iron axe unless I absolutely need it. But I do like my hammer. I do like my hammer. I make the I make the whatchamacallit, the stag breaker hammer early on, as early as possible. I make the stag breaker hammer. I crawl baby is raiding with a party of 46. Welcome in, raiders. How you doing? And thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate it very much. Appreciate it. I'm trying to get my boat back over here to a parking spot that is actually doable. I got these massive waves in here right now, and I can't see what the heck I'm doing. So I use my bow and the fire arrows a lot on that. I use my bow and the fire arrows a lot on that. Let me do this real quick. Oh, you already got it. Thank you, Red. Thank you, Red. Thank you, Red. Appreciate it very much, and welcome in, everybody. I am Sergeant Dead Red. We are out here playing some Valheim. We spent most of the night selling around tonight looking for our trader. We finally found him. But we're in the middle of a permadeath limited armor run. What does limited armor run mean? Well, it means that I can't go above 65 total armor rating. I can make any of the pieces that I choose. I can wear any of the armor that I choose. Mix and match as long as I don't go above 65. That is our goal at this point. This is a solo adventure. We successfully completed a permadeath run to the Queen. Not this past Sunday prior to that. So I guess about 12 days ago now. It took us 5 attempts to get all the way through the Queen. I was a little out of practice. You know, a little about me. I am a long-time first-person shooter player. Played a lot of first-person shooters back in the day. Got out of that, started playing some Sea of Thieves, got into some Valheim when it released. Played that for about 8 or 9 months. Then we did New World for about the next 15, 16 months. But when Mistlands released, I decided to jump back in and start playing some New World again. And I've just been having a blast with it ever since. I love the replayability of Valheim, that kind of thing. And I've been going to town ever since. So Took me five attempts. We successfully did, I think, YAG motor on one attempt, and then we just did stupid stuff to end the runs. Right, had one where it bugged out on me, that kind of thing, on the Elder, where I got stuck in a spot and couldn't get out. I got stuck in a free fall animation that ended one run. So we had some things that were bug, some things that weren't. But appreciate the raid very much and welcome in everybody. Thanks to I see I crawl baby. I guess it is. I think I'm saying it night. Shiny green Merrill. Thank you guys for the follows. Appreciate it very much. I crawl baby. Well, nice. And I missed it. You were playing some Valheim. What are you doing in Valheim right now? What's your experience level in Valheim? That kind of stuff. Your first playthrough, your 10th playthrough, your 100th playthrough, thousands of hours, 10 hours, whatever you got. Whatever you got. Look at these guys down here doing battle. I just want to shoot birds. 69 hours into the game. Nice. Well, nice. I hope you're enjoying it very much. Obviously, on this run, we haven't done bone mash yet. We haven't done bone mash yet. We've done. Look at this. There's water inside this inside the crypt here, the burial chamber. We haven't done bone mash yet. I've kind of been goofing around. I'm not usually in a big hurry on my permadeath runs. I kind of run around and I like to do some building here and there. I spend time working on my skills, that kind of thing. And in general, just have fun and enjoy the game. I usually don't take or make any kind of time constraint limitations or anything on my run-throughs. I have prior to the Mistlands update, I did a couple of permadeath runs in the past, and prior to the Mistlands update, we did do a successful permadeath in 84 in-game days. I think that's the fastest I've ever done it, but that was prior to the Mistlands update, so that was through Yagluth. At the time, Yagluth was your end boss on that. Man, you guys leave me alone. I'm trying to catch up with chat here. First playthrough, 69 deaths on my solo run. I stopped playing it and went no map. You have to stop there at 69 hours. I'm at, how many hours am I up to now? How many hours am I up to now? I am up to 2,800 hours now. I think once you learn, I think anybody can do a permadeath at the end of the day. I think just about anybody can do a permadeath. Once you kind of learn the mechanics of the different bosses and stuff, I think most everybody can do a permadeath at the end of the day. I'm watching these gray dwarfs go out here and get poisoned. This is kind of hilarious. He is chasing the leech around in the swamp right now. Now, I know there's some folks out there. That have got a lot more hours than what I do. That's for sure. Like I said, I would probably have a lot more hours than what I do. But I played Valheim through. It was called the Hearth and Home. It was their first major update after the game release. And I put it down, and we got into playing New World, and we played New World for about 15, 16 months. I really didn't log into Valheim more than once or twice in that 15, 16 months. So I pretty much strictly played that. Yeah, I used to have more hours than Red Fairy, and then I got into playing New World. Red got into playing New World with me for a little bit there, but she kind of gave it up and went back. I need to find some more crypts out here somewhere. Fall asleep at your keyboard. All right. Thank you for the follow again. Thank you, Shiny Green. Appreciate it very much. And thank you guys again for the raid very much. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I think we're going to go back and reset the day here before I go and investigate my new swamp biome. We've got bone mass location marked. We've got the bone mass location marked already. But I ran out of crypts in that swamp. I had one or two crypts that were pretty good, and then my other two crypts were really poor. So I don't have enough iron to do everything that I'm going to want to do later in the game. So I definitely need to hit a couple more crypts, and I want to finish off, at least get enough of the root guys, at least get enough of the root pieces together so we can do the root armor at the end of the day. We can do the full set and upgrade it all the way, because I'm going to want that some for the mountains and a few other places. Oh, I'm like, don't tell me I screwed it up again. Don't tell me I screwed it up again. I didn't. Get warmed up by my fire. So this is new. I don't know if you guys have played around with this or not, that we're being able to colorize the signs. The latest update allows you to do the colored signs, and that's been pretty neat. That's something new or an addition to the game. And I am running with a mod at this point. I'm kind of testing out an alpha mod. Have I played with the size? What do you think, Red? Now this is like size 30 over here. My garden side, my garden size sign is, I think, size 30, and then my dock sign out here is, even though there's not a dock here, so the render distance on these things is a lot better than even a fire. So I put a dock sign out here. That way, when I'm sailing back or whatever, I can see where I'm going. Because you can see this from like 200 meters out. Your signs actually start showing up from like 200 meters out. Yeah, I think it's super handy for no map runners. All right, thank you again. Appreciate the raid very much. Thank you for bringing your community over here and hanging out with me for a little bit. I appreciate it very much. But I am loving the colorized signs. I got a feeling there's going to be a hot fix, though. I don't think the giant font that we're looking at right now was actually intended. I think that's the consensus from people that I've talked to at this point, is the giant font size is probably not intended. Yeah, I think I went small scale first. I went small scale first, and I saw how big it was going to be. I haven't even made a sign at 100 font. I don't even know what a sign at 100 font would look like at this point. But I'm sure it dwarfs everything else. Especially if you do one that's got about 15 characters in it or something like that. Where do you put that sign? In the top of a tree? I mean, I don't even know where you put that sign to have all the characters show up at this point, if it's that large. So that's mass farming mod. That is a mod. And, you know, and I'm hopeful, you know, that someday that they will introduce something like that in the game. So that's mass farming mod. When I'm running around, when I go to pick anything, berries, wood, mushrooms, anything like that. If I hold down the shift key and I've got mushroom on my crosshair and it shows mushroom, it will pick all the mushrooms in like a 5-meter radius. And all I have to do is run around and pick them up after that. Same thing applies when you've got the cultivator out. I can find my cultivator out. Right now I got 1 carrot on the end of there, right? I got 1 carrot on the end there. We're gonna do these guys so you can kind of see it. If I hold down the shift key, it gives me a grid pattern, a 5x5 grid pattern. You can still rotate it, move it around. It won't allow you to plant too close to any object that you're not allowed to plant too close to, and then you can tell it whether you want it to use stamina drain, not count stamina drain, and then I plant them all at once. Yeah, I've seen that one too. I've seen that one too. So what I do, I have an expanded inventory, right? The bottom two rows shouldn't be here right now. The bottom 2 rows shouldn't be in my inventory right now. So I kind of get away with it by doing that. And I always tell everybody if they run this type of mod. So I'm running Valheim Plus. You know, always carry your important stuff up top. And obviously my stack sizes are increased 150%. So instead of 100 arrows, I can carry 300 instead of, you know, so everything's adjusted to 150%. Yeah, I think that's been a wish of a lot of people for quite a while now, is that they introduce something to, you know, to have your equipment loadout not count in your inventory slot and not count on your character weight limit. I've seen that in a couple of different times. To be honest, what I like the best about this is I can make these nice, pretty little perfect rows in my garden. That's the biggest benefit out of doing this right now, is I can make these nice, pretty little rows. And that is part of it. It's like an OCD thing. All right, garden's out. Yeah, you know, so there were things that I missed. So that I ran this world for the first 4 days. Let's just repair this real quick. Because Valheim Plus broke, you know, and that's the bad thing about mods, right? Mods sometimes break. Sometimes the developers are on it, and sometimes they're not on it. And I'm not talking about the developers for the game, but the developer of the mod or whatever. Sometimes they're Johnny on the spot. Sometimes they're not. Other times they're, you know, when you've got something like Valheim Plus affects so many things in the game, or it can affect so many things in the game, and you know it can break multiple things at once, and it takes a little bit longer to actually fix Valheim Plus than it does some of the other mods that just do 1 or 2 things, right? Like you could download a torches mod, or a fire mod, or you could run 10 different mods to do the same thing, maybe that I'm doing here, but I just run the one mod, right, and it does everything. So it's got good and bad about it. Oh yeah, my exit sign. Yeah, we've got exit sign there. We got our beehive sign over there. I typically get away with just 1 or 2 portals on my solo adventures, so we just hang signs up back here for whatever we need. And I don't think I've played around with all the colors. I don't even actually know how many colors there are in the spectrum. I know there's a blue and a light blue, I think, that I haven't done anything with yet. Might do one of those for like motor once we get to that point. Oh man, I do buildings out of eye corners. If you guys, I don't know if you guys have done anything like this since they updated eye corners. Eye corners was out part of the latest patch, and they made a change to the eye corners. So if you notice, my character's not getting wet. I'm still got my rested bonus, my comfort level, but I'm wet. I'm totally wet. I don't know if you guys have seen this or not. I don't know if I'm unique at this point, and it's got nothing to do with the mod because this was the same thing in vanilla mode. Yeah, I don't think I've done one with gray. Red, blue, green, orange. Ooh, I haven't tried orange yet. Yellow, purple, and all the light versions. So I tried a light yellow earlier, and it wouldn't take. Is light yellow one word or two words? One word. That may have been my error. I was trying light yellow earlier, and it didn't work. I knew there was one for light blue. I haven't tried some of the other ones. I can't imagine. I can't imagine what light green would be like. You know, this is almost chartreuse at this point. Yeah, we're almost to the point where we can start making a little bit better food here. We're almost there. I said I'm trying to minimize my stack sizes right now for the stuff that's a little bit harder to get, because I don't want Valheim Plus to break again if they do another update here. I have not tried hexadecimal colors. I think you're limited on 19 or 20 slots or spots for your signs, Red. So I'm not sure if you could actually put. I'm not sure you could actually put all that in there. Can you? Okay, I don't think I've tried anything like that. The landlord has ordered materials for the repairs, estimated delivery. Are you talking about my rainy house here, Wobbler? The rainy house where everything's getting wet but nothing needs repaired. Even in vanilla mode, it was like this. So it's got nothing to do with the mod. Nothing needs repaired, and it rains the entire time inside my house. But it's only from the eye corners. If you look here, my floorboards are dry right here because there's no eye corner here. It's just the eye corners that let all the water through. It's like a graphical glitch at this point. I know, it's totally weird. It's totally weird, and it's just been since the update. It's just been since this update. I tried going to their, I was on their Discord. I was on Valheim's Discord earlier today, and I was looking around to see if there was any place that I could post a screenshot or a video clip or something like that to say, hey, you guys know this is going on. I didn't really find a place in there to to register a hey, do you know, or whatever you call it, a bug. Maximilian, I am doing well. How are you doing, Max? I am doing well. How about yourself? The weekend's here. Hopefully you got something planned for the weekend. We're doing well. We're on another permadeath run of sorts. We're doing what I call a limited armor permadeath run on this one. We're attempting it anyway. We're going to attempt to stay below an armor level rating overall, total 65. What means we're gonna end up going to some frost caves because I want to be able to make all the armor types and then marry certain pieces together in the end. Oh, the patch totally broke Valheim Plus. We played this run through the first 4 days on vanilla, then they released an alpha fix. So I'm currently kind of testing the alpha fix for Valheim Plus to make sure that it stays golden, but I'm not going to start my community server run through with Valheim Plus until they get a permanent fix. And if it looks like it's going to be a little while before they do an official release on it, we may just open it up and just do a vanilla run through of the community server. Kind of depends on that. It does not. So there is a fix. It did. It doesn't now. Did you use Valheim Plus, Grimstar? Am I able to drag my inventory items around? Yes. Oh, gotcha. So the big white box went away with the alpha fix. So the alpha fix, everything is working. There's only two possible problems with the alpha fix right now that don't have any effect on gameplay or items or anything like that. Yeah, I'm not having any problem. Like I said, if you look up, there's a link at the top of the chat window. You might have to scroll back up a little bit. It says Valheim Plus Alpha Risk or Alpha Fix. Use at your own risk. And there's a link to the GitHub GitHub for the Alpha Fix, and that's what I've been running on that. Server side, I'm not messing with until I think we get an official fix. When they make that official on the Vortex site, I'm hearing that's on Thunderstore already, but when I clicked on the link for Thunderstore, it's the exact same alpha fix, right? It's not the official fix at this point. So I kind of want the official to be there before I do that. But the server company that I'm with, I don't have the option. To turn off the automatic update. And that automatic update is gonna screw it up in the end, so I'm kind of waiting. I think the alpha fix came out. It was either Wednesday or Thursday that the alpha fix came out, and it was. And it was touted as an alpha fix, right? They're like, hey, we think we got everything working and everything like that. I kept up on their Discord, and that's where Psycho and I got it from. But I've only been running it locally at this point. I'm not, like I said, the server company that I'm with, I could go through the steps and revert my version or whatever. I could go that route. but I don't have the option to turn off the auto update, or at least I haven't found one at this point. So I've kind of been just keeping that at bay for now. So I'm not doing anything on the server at this point. I'm just playing locally, and I've got everything working locally that should be, just by downloading that link. And if you missed it, it'll be up. I don't have a command for it. It's on a timer. It'll be up in like 20 minutes or something like that again, or some, whatever. I don't remember what I set the timer for. So. Yeah, that'll get your local working. And like I said, there's a whole process, and I kind of understand the process. I do kind of understand the process of getting your server to work using that again, but it only downloads it from the official. So mine's going, the moment I go in and I make the changes, and then the server goes through an update. Then it's going to revert back to the old version and break everything again. So I'm just staying away from that till I feel like we've got a good fix in place. Like I said, so far everything's to be working good. The only thing, the two bugs that I've noticed is it let me put a portal in the trader site, and it shouldn't do that. And I'm gonna test that on vanilla. The open world chest where you shouldn't have the extra inventory slots. I actually had some extra inventory slots that shouldn't be in the open world chest. Oh, there were two of you guys. You were in succession there. Thank you for that, Strat. Appreciate that. All right, there's got to be some crypts out here somewhere. That, and we need a couple more of the abominations. Either one would be fine about now. No crypt, not yet. What am I looking for on the personal chest there? Do I even have a personal chest yet? I don't know. Furniture. Yeah, I got one. I'll have to try it when I get back to the base. Oh, the size? I don't think I ever adjusted the personal chest size. Or are you saying it's goofed up? Yeah, it's pretty small. It's pretty small. I think you can adjust the size of the personal chest, though. I don't think I ever have. All right, let's run around. Let's mark a few of these. I kind of want to see what's in here first. We got one here. And then there was one, where'd I see it? It was over this direction. Hello, buddy. Oh, I think I hit the light instead of you. Yeah, I kind of do the same thing. I'm also looking for the root guys, right? I'm looking for the root guys right now. I need about 5 or 6 more of the root guys to get my armor all the way to max. So that's part of my exploration trip too. Is I've got 3 of them in my bone mass swamp, but the bone mass swamp is really small. And I did the 4 crypts that were in my bone mass swamp. I did. So my bone mass swamp is here, and you can see it's actually a really tiny swamp for a bone mass. Get rid of that. But there were only 4 crypts in here, and 2 of the crypts gave me. One of the crypts gave me like 150 iron. 2 of the crypts, only one of them gave me like 50. There was one that we did earlier in the stream that gave me like 60. I don't remember what the 4th gave me, but those are the only crypts in there. So I know I'm going to need some more iron, because I want to make the iron sledge. I'm going to make the silver sword. I'm going to make the Frostner hammer. You know, I'm going to make all the weapons. So I'm definitely going to need more iron. I haven't made my iron pick yet. I haven't even made a bronze pick, because bronze pick kind of a waste of time. You can do everything with your bone picks. All the way up to that point. Did I mark that one? I did. So I usually just do the crypts with my bone pick, or my antler pick. I call it bone pick, but it's an antler pick, right? I usually just do my crypts with that, and I put a workbench outside if I need to repair them, or I just make 3 bone picks and bring 3 bone picks down here with me, and that usually maxes me out right there with 3 bone picks. So. Yeah, the swamp's getting a little more narrow here. I'm still hoping we come up with at least one of the root guys while we're down here. And I got my portal on me, so I can slap my portal down on top of any of these on the top of any one of these crypts. Hi, guys. How many blobs do I have running around here right now? The Draugur's like, that hurt. I'm leaving. Make sure a wraith is not going to show up on me. Actually, it's not quite nighttime yet. Hey, club's at 37. I didn't hit any of you that time. You guys are blocking the doors down there right now. I can't believe that Draugur is still alive down there. All right, the Draugur finally died. Would you get back over here? Yeah, not seeing another crypt from up here. there it is. There's a crypt. Got one right next door. Like I said, I kind of want one of the root guys. I need some of the root guys as well. Nobody hanging out here? What? Yeah, that looks like another crypt over there, doesn't it? Ooh, Wraith, come here. Yeah, that left the mark, didn't it, buddy? That left the mark. Yeah, I gotta wait till you get over here close, though. I don't want to have to go get my chain in deep water. I do have mute on. I coughed a minute ago. Sometimes it's like it does a double touch. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, folks. I did have myself muted. Was I muted for the entire battle that I was doing that guy? Was I muted the entire time that I was hammering away at that guy? Ah, yeah, every now and then I double tap the button by accident. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I was just saying that, you know, that hey, there's probably nothing left at the end of this swamp at this point. So I'm just going to throw my portal down here. And the only reason I did that guy with a hammer, it's very much not the right way to do it, right? I'm just using it to level my bow skill. Or I'm sorry, my club skill at this point. It's much better with an axe or something else. I do that once in a while. I got a cough or I got a sneeze or something, or sometimes when I get a drink, you know, I hit the mute button and then I either forget to do it or I kind of double tap it by accident, and you know, it ends up being, you know. Sorry. I do it once in a while. I know I do. I thank you guys for reminding me. Thank you for keeping me on my toes. I can't believe we only found one root guy down here so far. I was glad to get a couple of wraiths there. I was glad that we got a couple of wraiths there. Got the wraiths, got their chains. That's something I definitely needed some of. So you in there. Can I upgrade my root leggings now? All right, root leggings. We can get to. We still need. Let's see. 18 pieces of root, so I still need 4 more root guys to complete my armor once we get the workbench up. Once we go and grab some obsidian from the mountains, I will still need to kill at least 4 more of the abominations. Hopefully we can find those guys, but we definitely need to hit a couple of these crypts and get the rest of the iron that we need for this run. Yeah, I don't know why I kept the blob trophy earlier, but I did. It's also strange that we didn't find any. We didn't find any Surtling spawners there. They must be over in the fatter part of the swamp at this point, I think. Let's see, food. I still don't know where anything goes on this run. I still don't know where anything goes. I you know, I can put signs up, but I never read them. If I put signs up, I don't pay any attention to them. And they still come over and just click. You go there. My whole 3 pieces of iron from killing blobs. That's the other thing that I'm doing is I want to spend enough time in the swamps and kill a lot of blobs. I want a bunch of ooze. I want a bunch of ooze so we can make some ooze bombs later. You can go there. Root trophy. I don't think root trophies. I think they look cool when you hang them up, but other than that, I don't think you use them for anything anymore, do you? Any of the? I don't think there's. Are they part of the fishing recipe? I don't remember. Oh, they are. So I would need those guys if we decide we want to go do some fishing. If we decide we want to go do some fishing. That's a big if at this point, right? Yeah, I kind of want to be done with the carrot soup as well. Let me check something out here real quick. All right, got that. All right, guys, it is time for me to get out of Dodge. We're a little bit short on time tonight. We're only at about 5.5 hours. It's 2:38 a.m. I need to get up just a wee bit early tomorrow and do a couple of things around the house. May actually drive into DC and do a couple of things tomorrow. Wife mentioned going up and looking at the cherry blossoms and that kind of thing.
Goodbye, everybody. I've got to go.
Oscar.
Gotta leave you.
Oscar, do you have mute on? Yes, I do. Hey, I feel bad about that. I'm sorry about muting myself earlier. I said every now and then I got to cough, sneeze, do whatever, and I try to hit my mute key. I think sometimes I double tap it or I hit the wrong key or something like that. Sorry about that, but I do got to get out of Dodge, folks. It is time for me to call it quits. Thanks again for the follows from Grimstar, Shiny Green, Merrill, iCrawl Baby for the raid. Appreciate you guys very much. The re-up from Red Fairy, the raid from Dash Life, the Necrochronics, I think, Necronomics, something like that. Necro. The Necro. Thank you for the follow. Let's see. What is it? Chalk? I'm still struggling with the one name from the follower there. CH0NC. Sorry, I haven't figured out how to pronounce that yet. I'll figure it out at some point because I'm terrible at it. Right? Does anybody out there, and as always, special thanks to Talia, Arrow, Big KO, Papa Scrap, BN Saber, all my regulars that hang out with me. Appreciate you guys very much. Thanks for keeping chat lively. I don't know that I can actually find everybody's name in chat tonight. Vappy Chick, Tone Dust, Box Finito, Vinexel, the Cunningham, Talia, the Wobbla. If I miss your name, I'm just going to apologize in advance. Psycho, thank you as always. Oscar the Grump, Grumpy Codger, I think out there. Frags. Mega Myers, Monolithima, DC Shadow. I think there's a couple that I'm probably overlooking here, but I do appreciate everybody hanging out with me. Lurkers, Red Fairy. I think we got everybody shouted out tonight from the raids and everything like that. Does anybody out there have somebody for me to raid out to? Otherwise, I've been thinking about sending it over to Queen Snell. I have no idea what Queen Snell's doing, but if anybody's got a recommendation, I will be glad to go that direction.
Stressed out? Time to refresh.
But I do got to get out of here a little bit early tonight. We will be back on again tomorrow. Usually 9 p.m. Eastern is our normal start time. Sometimes a little early, sometimes a little bit late. Yeah, Queen Snell. Yeah, I'm good with Queen Snell, but yeah, I will be back on here. If you join chat with one of the raids, I'm usually on. I would say 5 to 6 days a week. If I take a day off, it's typically Monday or Tuesday. Usually Wednesday through Sunday, I'm usually here live. Sometimes we do some bonus streams. We do some bonus stuff. Primarily doing Valheim right now. Sometimes we get back into New World once in a while, but New World's kind of dried up for me right now. So There's some new season content that's supposed to come out in a couple of weeks. We may get back and do a little bit of New World there, but other than that, we're going to concentrate on Valheim. Like I said, I'm still working on the community server thing. We're hoping we get that. Look at that, Queen Snell is raiding with a party of 4. Dang you, Queen! I was getting ready to raid you, Queen. I was getting ready to send my folks your way. Now you have to come. Now Queen has to provide a name for us to raid. You have to provide a name for us to raid. Night, Queen Cell. I was just getting ready to. I just pulled Queen's stream up like 30 seconds ago, and it was on a commercial. Right, it was on a freaking commercial. So I was getting ready to go that. I was getting ready to go your direction as well, Queen. Hey, Morning Darkness is on. All right. I was getting ready to raid. I was getting ready to raid you, Queen. I had pulled your channel up. I had pulled your channel up, and it was on a commercial. And I was waiting for the commercial to be over so I could see what you guys were into, and I was getting ready to raid you. But thank you very much for the raid, Queen. Appreciate it very much, and welcome in, everybody. But we are also signing off. I apologize. We are also signing off. I gotta get up a little early tomorrow. Usually on Fridays, I usually go to 3:30, sometimes 4 a.m. But yeah, you beat me tonight. So we're gonna send you guys over. Looks like I saw Morning Darkness. Morning Darkness is on. I think she's playing with her husband right now. Excellent builder, excellent streamer, very knowledgeable about Valheim's got about 4,000 hours in Valheim. But hope you guys have fun with Morning Darkness. Thank you again, Queen. Sorry, love you too. Love you too, and I will catch you guys later. Let me pull up the right screen here. Let me pull up the right screen here so I can do this raid out to Morning Darkness. And let's see here. What is it? Exclamation point raid. If you copy and paste that and want to put that in the chat over there, you are more than welcome to. But appreciate you guys again. Thanks for all the follows tonight. Thanks for the raids tonight. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Thanks for keeping chat lively. Night, yeah, good night to you, Queen Snell. I still haven't pulled up my right window here. I still haven't pulled up my window so I could do a raid out here. Let me do that real quick. Open link and new tab. Let's do that. I'm hoping Morning Darkness pops up right away. There she is. All right, I'm hitting the raid button. Good night, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever it is for you in your part of the world. You guys take care, have fun. I'm hitting the start raid button just about any moment here. Why did it not start the raid? Why did it not start the raid? Like, start raid. I hit it again. I hit it again. But you guys take care, have fun. I will catch you guys again tomorrow evening. Raid now. Good night.